Hey guys, how is everybody today? I hope everybody's doing well. My name is Debbie. Welcome to my channel. We have a new trial starting. Well, it started yesterday. We're not starting it today. Well, we're starting it today. It started yesterday, and unfortunately, Court TV had some technical issues, so we don't have opening statements. Um, we have it starts with witness number 4. Um, so I want to do this trial because I hate not having a trial to do. Um, I I get kind of depressed when after a trial ends and I don't have another one to jump to really quick. I know that's weird, but I get post-trial depression. Like postpartum depression, but it's post-trial depression. So I want to do another trial. Um, and we'll get back to Phil. We're almost done with Phil Spector. We'll get back with him, I think, tomorrow, because I think we'll be caught up with the live, especially since we don't have opening statements to do. But, hey, Carla. But this trial is about a man that shot his ex wife. And I think Judy has new trial, and it's Judy's fault. Stumbled on this yesterday afternoon and it looked interesting. It is interesting. And it's even more interesting to me because you guys, I've shared a little bit of my medical history. When I had chemo, every bite, scratch, bump, nick got infected. And I had 2 different doctors tell me that I was the unluckiest person they'd ever met. I think I found someone else even unluckier than me. This poor woman, Billy Delgado, 34, is charged with aggravated assault family violence for the June 1st, 2024 shooting of Erica Torres. Now, Erica Torres is Billy Delgado's ex-wife. They had 2 kids together, and he shot at her over a dozen times, hit her in the abdomen 5 times. She was picking up her daughter from school. She tried, I think it was from school. She was picking her daughter up from somewhere. She tried to drive herself to the hospital and got in a car accident. So she's been shot in the abdomen 5 times, which is the worst place to get shot because that's where all your vital organs and everything is. So getting shot in the belly, getting gut shot, like that's the worst place. That takes extensive surgery and stuff to repair the organs that got hit and everything, and that's a bad place to get shot. So she shot in the belly 5 times, and then instead of calling 911 or asking somebody for help, she decides to drive herself to the hospital. Probably not because she didn't want to she had her daughter with her. Probably didn't want to freak out her daughter, and then gets in a car accident. So she has had multiple surgeries and was in, I think they said over 2 dozen surgeries, and was in critical care for months. So she was in the ICU for months, but she lived. But can you imagine? I can't even imagine being shot and then you get in a car accident on the way to the hospital. That poor lady. Oh my goodness. No, he didn't bite her. He hit her with the gun. He shot her 5 times. He shot at her at least a dozen times, and he hit her 5 times in the abdomen. So he shot her 5 times in the abdomen. And so for some reason, Court TV had technical issues, so we're going to start with the fourth witness, which was his roommate at some point. I guess after the divorce, because they were divorced. So we're going to start with witness number 4 and try to get caught up with the live trial. And then I guess whenever Court TV posts, if they can fix it, sorry to hear that, Carla.
Do you know the defendant in this case?
Yes.
Do you know his name?
Yes.
Okay. What is or what was your relationship with the defendant? Do you remember?
He was my roommate, or I was his roommate.
Okay. How long have you known Billy Delgado?
For a couple of years.
Do you remember?
Like 5-6 years.
Okay. You said that he was your roommate.
Yes.
You were living with him for how long?
Maybe like 3-4 months.
3 or 4 months. Okay. And do you know the address of that place, of that residence?
I don't remember.
Okay. Was it a house or an apartment?
It was an apartment.
Okay. Were you living with them on June 1st, 2024?
I don't remember dates.
Oh. Were you living with them when he was arrested last year?
Yes.
In that same apartment? And how many people lived in that apartment?
Just myself and Billy.
Oh, okay. So do you also know his family?
Yes. Not all of it. Not all of them, but I do.
Okay, can you please take the names of the family members of the
Some of his aunts,
Okay.
which are his sisters.
Only his aunts or other people?
Only them.
What about his mother?
Billy's mother, yes.
Oh, you also know
Yes.
his mom? And his dad?
Yes.
Okay, so you know the parents of his
Yes.
dad. Okay. Do you know if Billy was in a relationship when he was arrested in the first 2024?
In a relationship?
Yeah, with another person?
No.
Okay. Do you know if he had any kids?
He has kids.
Okay, how many kids does he have?
2 girls.
Four
Well,
girls?
Emmy and Emmy's sister. He sees her as his own daughter.
And you know who Amy's mom is?
Yes, I've seen her.
What's her name?
Erica.
Do you know her last name?
Torres.
Torres. Okay. And you also know his other daughter?
Yes, I've seen her.
What's her name?
I don't know her.
Oh, okay.
But I know he has another daughter.
Okay, let's talk about Amy's mother, Erica Torres. Do you know her personally?
I've talked to her, I've seen her, yes.
Okay, so you talked to her. Do you socialize with her?
No,
You never socialized with her?
no.
And what were your interactions with Erica Torres?
My interactions with Erica Torres, only when she would come to drop off Emmy at times.
So Erica was not even with you in your apartment. She was just driving.
When I was there, no.
Okay. So do you know what type of relationship they had when you were living with Billy? They were together, they were separated?
While I was with Billy, they were separated.
And they both shared custody of the little girl.
I'm assuming yes.
Can you tell me how old Amy was?
I think she was 3 or 4.
3 or 4? Okay. So let me take you back to June 1st, 2024, when he was arrested. Do you remember that day?
Yes.
Do you remember the day it was? Was it Monday, Friday, Tuesday?
No.
No? Do you remember waking up at that day on the morning? Okay, did you and Billy share the same bedroom, or you had two separate
We
bedrooms?
have two separate bedrooms.
So it was a two-bedroom apartment?
Yes.
Okay.
Yes.
Okay, so on Saturday when you woke up, did you see Billy that day?
Yes.
Okay, the first time you saw him on Saturday, I mean on June 1st, on that morning, what was he doing?
He was making pancakes for Emily.
Okay, and what was his demeanor that morning?
He was at peace.
He was at peace?
Yes. We just woke up.
Okay, so Amy was staying with Billy on that day. When did Billy pick up Amy? Or Erica dropped off Amy?
No, we picked up Emmy on Friday.
On Friday?
It's after Billy got off work.
Okay, and that's Friday before the day before he was arrested?
Yes.
Okay. Who picked up Amy?
I think we did. I remember. I think we did. We picked her up, and then we went to Target to get her. Like she wanted toys. We bought her toys in a board game.
And by we, you mean you and Billy?
Billy and I.
Okay, and during that time, what was Billy's demeanor?
He was happy.
Okay.
We got her on last fall, so that's what.
Did you show happen on Friday, the day before Billy for me and he was at peace?
Yes.
Okay, and what happened next after Billy made pancakes?
He made pancakes, and then I went and he was in and out with Amy playing. Yeah, and then
And when he was playing with Amy that morning or that day, he was closer to me.
he was at peace.
Okay, and then what happened?
And then I went into my bedroom, and I had gone to do the laundry. I came back, and we were there in my bedroom, and we were just playing around with Debbie, just
So it
going
was
about, just I was cleaning, and everybody was with Debbie, just playing with her.
Okay, and what was it, and just how his demeanor when he was playing with Amy? Was it peaceful?
Yeah.
Okay, and during what time was that for this?
Maybe already for 12-ish, 1-ish.
Okay, about noon?
Yes.
Okay. Was there anybody in that apartment that day? It was just you, Billy, and Amy?
Yes.
Okay. You didn't have any friends over?
Oh, I did.
Can you say the...
Jose Chavez was my friend. Yes, he came over to visit me. And since we both have different bedrooms, I escorted him to my bedroom. And I had a couch in my bedroom there. So we were there because I knew that Billy was having his day with Emmy. So
Okay. And Jose Chavez, how old is he?
he's 54, 55.
Before. And you testified that he was your friend?
Yes.
And only Billy just...
Yeah.
Just knew?
Yeah.
Okay, and when Jose Chavez and you were in the room and Billy was at peace playing with him, what happened next?
I was doing my laundry, like sorting my clothes, folding my clothes on my bed, and Jose and I were just talking, and then Emmy wanted to come over, like to my door, like to my bedroom, to play, and Billy said, no, Sharon has visitors, so wait till, Sharon's friend leaves, you can go over there. And then I opened the door and I told Billy, no, it's okay, she can come over. So she was in and out of the room, and then she went over there one of those times that she went in and out. She went back to Billy's bedroom, and they were talking or whatever. And I went about my business in my bedroom, and then I hear next thing you know, Billy comes over, knocks on my door, and says that with the toy bin that he wanted for me to play with Emmy to take care of
And
Emmy.
this was around what time?
It was, ya pasado tiempo, maybe like around 3-ish. I think so. Like around 3-ish.
Okay, like around 3.
Yes.
Okay, so once Billy goes to your room around 3-ish and goes to play with Emily.
Yes.
What happened next?
I closed the door, and I said, hey, what's going on? And then Billy said, I want to talk to Erica.
Erica, just for the record,
It's Billy's mother.
Emmy's mother,
Yeah.
and obviously Erica is Billy's ex, girlfriend. Or she's the mother of it?
Yeah.
Okay, so what was his demeanor at that time when he told you to take care of the, take with any of the box of toys and the doctor? What was his demeanor?
He was fine.
He was fine? Okay.
He just gave me the bin of toys and asked me to stay there in the room, and because he was going to go downstairs to talk to Erica.
And during that time when you were talking to the defendant, Delgado, did you notice that he had a weapon, firearm, or he didn't have any?
No, I didn't notice any of that. No.
And I gave you testified that he was peaceful, calm.
Yes.
And what happened next?
So I said, okay, so Amy was all excited. I stopped what I was doing, and we opened the box of the game. So we were playing on the floor. And then I told Rosa, like, she wanted Rosa to play also. So I told Rosa, you play while I just put my clothes away. And then he says, okay, so they were there, and then Amy, I guess, well, she's little. She got up and she started jumping on my bed, and while I was doing my clothes, and then Rosa kept saying, like, no, look, come over here, let me show you how you play the game. So then Amy kept like,
and the door to your bedroom was closed or open?
Closed. And we were well, Amy was jumping on the bed. And then all of a sudden you hear like gunshots, like a lot of them. And then
were the gunshots that you heard were close by, or they were far away, or you
well, I heard them. I mean, it's an apartment complex.
About how many gunshots did you hear?
I don't know how many were they, but I know it was more than 3.
More than 3. Okay.
And
What did you
then
do at that time when you heard those gunshots?
I didn't do anything. I just stopped what I was doing, and then Amy stopped, and Amy just said, "Daddy, Daddy," like on the bed. And then I looked at her and I said, "No, and it's not Daddy. It's not Daddy. It's just far away."
Okay. There's something we can take on it. I know this is hard, but
So she just said, Daddy, Daddy, and I said, no, it's not Daddy, it's just far away, it didn't happen here, it didn't happen here. They can let me go lock the door, stay here. So I opened the door to my bedroom and I closed it. And I went to open the front door to the apartment.
and obviously during that time when you heard the gunshots, were you afraid?
Well, I just didn't know what was going on. But I heard the gunshots and I just wanted to see what happened. So I opened the front door to the apartment and I saw, that's when I looked down and I saw all these cops. And Billy, they had Billy in the back of a car.
And you also testified that when you heard the gunshots, you wanted to lock the door. What door? The bedroom door or the apartment door?
My bedroom door, because Amy wanted to open my bedroom door. And I said, no, it's not here. They didn't stay here.
And during that time, you didn't know what was going on, you just heard gunshots?
No. Yeah. Now when I opened the front door to go check, that's when I saw everything on the cop cars everywhere.
When you opened the front door to check the door, cops, opening the outside, where was Amy and was
In my bedroom.
Okay, so Amy says
Yes.
in your bed.
Yes. Yes.
Okay, so once you opened the door and you saw a lot of officers there and you leave, what happened next, or what did you do?
I looked out from the apartment complex and I asked Billy, what happened? That he just said from the bottom.
Okay, take a moment.
He just said that they had molested Amy. That's what they did, molested Amy.
And when you said they, who is they, who are you referring to?
I have no idea who they were at then.
Did you ever mention Erica molested Amy?
What?
Did you ever mention Erica molested Amy?
No,
Okay, so you never said Erica?
no.
Okay.
And I just said, what? But then the cop put Billy in the car and closed the door. So the window was like a little low. But
Really, and
yes,
I know this is emotional, you testified that you've known Amy for 5 to 7 years.
yes,
What type of relationship do you have with the defendant you really have?
he's my friend. He gave me, I was homeless and he gave me a place to live. He fed me. But I didn't have anyone.
That was important. And he started to work for you for a moment.
Yes,
So you do appreciate it.
yes, of course.
Officer Reagan, I represent Billy Delgado. I believe you and I have spoken on the phone before. Okay, you said you've known Billy for 4 or 5 years, is that right? And because you were homeless, Billy took you in so you had a place to stay? You did not witness the shooting, right?
No.
You were in your apartment along with him?
Yes.
Okay, so there was testimony in court where they were trying to take away Mr. Delgado's rights to see his child. Somebody said that the child was down there and saw the shooting. That would be false, correct?
Yes. Yes.
Okay, so somebody used that information to
Yes.
get a
Because
lifetime protective order against him and his child. That would be false.
Yes.
Did Erica ever come over and spend the night
Where?
at the apartment?
Not while I was there.
Well, while you were there?
No, sir.
Did Billy ever go visit Erica at her place?
Yes.
Yes or no?
Yes.
Okay. And how was that relationship between them, if you know?
They would ask Billy to go over there to be with them. Erica would call and tell Billy or ask Billy to go visit her and the kids.
Did you hear those conversations or you just know?
I was there. I would even tell Billy to try to make his marriage work. And I would even lend Billy my car so that he could go to the mines road to go visit and stay with his daughter. Sometimes I needed the car to go to work, so I would drop him off, or Erica would come pick him up, only to find out that they would argue with, I don't know, give like what, an hour max, and then she would.
Now, did we come to a point in time where Billy would leave the house and go to Erica's house? Yes or no?
Was there what?
Did it come to a point to where Billy would go and visit Erica?
Yes, he would visit her.
And did you ever get a call in the middle of the night to go pick up Jimmy somewhere? Yes or no?
Yes.
And where was those locations?
Down on Meadow, where that Wendy's is at, or sometimes on Saunders, to go pick him up.
And how did he end up there, you know?
Well, he would leave with her, she would come pick him up, and then he would go, they would get mad, I don't know, in the middle of on the way somewhere to where Billy was going. He would get up, she would get mad at him.
They kind of use some ground rules. If he stands up,
Oh.
you need to wait for
Oh.
What's the objection?
About why the one's that?
I can ask her if she knows.
Okay, if you know, then you can answer, otherwise I'll suspend the objection. Go ahead.
Do you know if they had an argument and Billy was dropped off at the window?
Yes,
And how many miles is that from the apartment?
we lived off close to Clark, and we were over here on Saunders, I don't know how far that is, but I know it's far if you're walking.
So he was walking, you'd have to go
Pick him up, yes.
You know what hours of the night that was?
Sometimes at 2 or 3 in the morning,
And how many
sometimes
times
on
did
broad
that happen?
daylight,
How many times did that happen?
more than 6 times, more than 7.
So Billy was put in an unsafe situation by Erica by dropping him off.
Judge, I'm also gonna update you.
Yes.
Judge, I don't know what the relates to the crime that happened in the first 124. Judge,
You can answer.
Go ahead, Mr. Ryan, you can answer.
Answer what?
And for the question, Judge?
Could you read it back, please?
Billy was put in an unsafe situation by Erica by dropping him off. So how the objections relevant? I don't know what the relevant. Overruled man.
All right, you had to go pick up Billy because you called him, right?
Yes,
Okay, and he was put in a situation where he could be harmed.
yes,
Middle of 2, 3 in the morning, he's dropped off, whatever happens between them, you don't know because you weren't there, right?
exactly.
Okay, but still, Erica didn't take the time to go drop him off.
Yes, exactly.
And he knowing all this, the toxic relationship that's going on,
What's your encouragement to Billy, to separate or to stay together?
I still told him to try to work it out, that I would help him. Just try, because he wanted to. Although all this was happening to him, he still wanted to. He wanted to make a family. He tried.
I think if a gentleman with him, and then at 2 in the morning, he drops you off miles away from your house, and he doesn't care what happens to you, I mean, are you gonna go back out on a date with him?
But the thing is this was on my behalf. You're stating the scenario that I'm not going to go out on a date. Billy wasn't a date. Billy is a family. They have kids to make it work.
So you saw him endure several of these moments where you had to go pick him up, right?
Yes.
And your encouragement was, despite all that treatment, that the way he was treated by Erica, you said still stay with it and try to make it.
Try, because he wanted to. Because Billy wanted to.
I don't understand this line of questioning. Number one, Billy's a grown man and can make his own decisions. And number two, is his wife dropping him off on the side of the road at 2 and 3 o'clock in the morning? Is that a justification for shooting her? I don't understand this line of questioning.
Billy wanted to try. He kept telling me, if maybe I'm doing it wrong, Mom, maybe I'm doing it wrong. He said, no, just, there has to be a way. Outlet, talk to each other, communicate.
Okay.
He tried.
He tried because of his daughter, right? And these actions that took place, has Billy ever exhibited that type of anger before?
No.
That's not a reflection of his character, correct?
No,
I mean, it would be
it's
more,
not.
he actually took you in as a homeless person, right?
Yes. And not only me, he helped a lot of people. He helped my sister, he did a lot.
Suspend your word for another word.
That's all we have.
I've got a question, Judge. Mrs. Estrada, you testified to the VA and also with Mr. Red that you were homeless and that you were allowed to children. Can you tell the jury why you were homeless?
Because I didn't have anywhere to live, because I wasn't working. They had cut my child support because my daughter was already of age, and I had to leave the apartment. And I moved in with a friend, a couple, well, a marriage, a couple that took me in. And I started working, and I needed to pay some bills, and I couldn't afford to have my own place.
Okay, and Billy?
Took me in, yes.
And what does Billy call you?
Mom.
What does Billy call you?
Mom,
Mom. Do you know why he calls you mom?
because he saw me as his mother,
Oh.
his second mother,
And you also testified that you're very close to his mother.
Connie, yes.
Okay. And Mrs. Estrada, just know that you're on the road. Have you ever done drugs with Billy?
No,
No. Do you know Billy does drugs?
no,
You never saw Billy do drugs?
no.
Okay. And you also testified that that Billy will call you in the middle of the night to go pick him up at Wendy's. How do you know that Erica dropped him off there or
Because Erica picked him up from our house.
Okay, so, but.
And it hadn't been not even an hour or so, and she would drop him off.
You never saw Erica and Billy at Wendy's?
No, of course not, because I was at my house.
Okay, and when Billy would tell you, I'm gonna go see Erica, would you actually see Billy go to Erica's house? Or
Yes,
you
because
know because he would tell you?
No, because I would drop him off, because he didn't have a car.
Okay, so all the time.
So if Erica, yes, sir, if Erica wouldn't pick him up, I would go drop him off.
But he never told you, I'm gonna go see Erica and just leave it on his own?
No.
That was you? probably?
Yeah.
Okay. And did you ever see Billy and Erica fight? You
Fight
ever-
or argue?
Oh, physically fight?
No, sir. Physically
argue.
fight, no.
Just argue?
We just argue,
Okay.
like verbal.
Okay, but it was both of them argue. Okay. That's what it is.
No further questions, Judge?
Any recall?
No recall.
All right, you. Excuse Councilor Rico. Thank you very much. And step down.
Yes, Judge, the same calls investigator Florencio Barrera. And this meeting this morning.
Yes, sir.
Be seated. Just a microphone, if you need to, right here.
Yes, Judge, may I proceed? Can you please state your name for the record
Investigator Florencio Barrera,
and where are you currently employed?
Laredo Police Department.
And were you employed there on or about June 1st of 2024?
Yes, sir.
And how long have you been with the Laredo Police Department?
More than 9 years.
And can you tell us what your current position is?
Yes, I'm assigned to Internal Affairs Division as a detective.
Did you have that position back on June 1st, 2024?
No,
On June 1st, 2024, were you called upon to execute your duties as a law enforcement officer?
yes, sir.
Are you familiar with the case at hand?
Yes, sir.
How are you familiar with it?
I assisted on that investigation.
How did you assist in the investigation?
I responded to the crime scene.
Did you collect any evidence?
Yes, I collected videos from across the apartment complex.
Okay. At this time, Judge, the state would like to play State's Exhibit 4, which has already been pre-admitted into evidence. Permission to file the jury. So, what's on the screen? Is that one of the videos that you said you collected, you tested?
Yes, sir.
Don't tell me this one's on video. The dog wasn't in the car when she crashed. Good. I'm glad. I can't wait to hear opening statements. I need to get that fixed and get it up.
Okay, let me stop it right there. Who do we see in the video right up there?
So that's him.
Defendant Billy Delgado.
I'm assuming
And what is he
right
doing?
there.
He's standing by, waiting. Looks like he's waiting for somebody while holding his cell phone.
And is Mr. Delgado present firm today?
Yes, sir.
Now I ask you to identify who you're related to.
Yes, sir.
And please identify him by record of building.
Blue long sleeve shirt.
Judge, let the record reflect that the witness is identified Billy Delgado in the courtroom.
Objection, the record is so reflected.
That was it? Show it.
So, at the 442 mark of the video,
Oh,
what vehicle do we see pull up?
she never even got got
It's a
out of the
green,
car?
Kia Soul. It's a-
During the course of the investigation, you uncovered who was the driver of that Kia Rizzo?
the victim, Erika Torres.
No wonder she drove herself to the hospital. She never even got out of the car. Oh my God.
So, what did we just see there?
Defendant Billy Delgado, he takes a firearm weapon handgun from his right pocket, and then he engages on the vehicle as the vehicle is moving southbound on that street. Fire
Belle and Shadow are sitting here with their eyes big looking at me like, what?
several shots.
And do you know how many shots Billy Delgado fired at Erika Torres exactly?
Based on the video, approximately 10 rounds.
And after the investigation concluded, how many spent casings were found?
10.
Take this. 444. So, at the 440-minute mark, how far would you say Billy Delgado is from Erika Torres?
Well, the
He's
daughter's
at a very close distance, probably around.
the daughter is inside with his roommate. Where's the other daughter though? The older daughter.
Five feet from the vehicle.
And in keeping at this mark, can you describe to me what Billy Delgado is doing?
He's aiming at the driver on that vehicle.
How would you describe his arms?
Fully extended in an aggressive manner. He's already shooting the weapon.
And what does he have on his, I believe, is that his right arm? Right arm that's extended? What does he have? What's he holding?
It's a firearm angle.
I was wrong.
And then, Judge, now I'm going to go ahead and play what's been pre-admitted into evidence that states Exhibit 5.
Because it said that she went to pick up her daughter. But I didn't know that the daughter was not in the car yet. I thought the daughter was already in the car. But the witness that just left the stand said that he made sure that the daughter stayed in the apartment. So I was wrong. The daughter, at least he had that much sense to not go down there and give her the kid and then shoot her. He made sure the kid stayed in the apartment.
What is this video?
It's a video from the same residence in a different angle. Facing southbound.
Okay, and did you collect the video?
Yes, sir.
What did we just hear?
The shots fired from the defendant, Billy Delgado.
So, What did we just see Erica Torres driving the UPS do?
The vehicle moved to the side, slowing down almost at a complete stop after the shots fired hit the vehicle. And then we see Billy Delgado walking towards the vehicle, putting his hand on his left pocket and holding the firearm on the other hand.
You mentioned something about Billy Delgado. Again, can you tell the court what was Billy Delgado doing?
He was obtaining an item that he got in his left pocket. It looks like maybe a magazine, and he looks like he's moving that arm closer to his center west area where he has his
I'm going to
weapon.
object to the speculation, justifying to what he thinks he was doing, doesn't know what he was doing.
Without going into too much detail, what was he doing? What was Billy Delgado doing? Without going into all that detail.
He got an item from his left pocket and holding it in his left hand.
Okay. And afterwards, what did Erica Torres do?
She kept driving slowly down the street.
And during the course of your investigation, did you learn the firearm was covered?
Yes, sir.
Was anything else recovered from the firearm?
2 loaded magazines.
And what is Billy Delgado doing right there?
He's walking back to the apartment complex while holding the handgun in his right hand.
Do you know what happened to Erica after she died?
She was involved in an accident with the vehicle.
Pass the witness.
Detective Barrera, I didn't hear what your position was with the department at the time of this incident.
I was assigned to the Crimes Against Persons Division, Capers, Homicide and Robbery Division.
You said, one interesting thing, you said that he was shooting at the driver, even though you couldn't see the driver in the car.
If you look closer to the video, you can see there's a shadow, there's somebody in the driver's side. You cannot see anyone in the passenger side.
But that means that he would have to see the driver. You're watching the video from across the street, right? Okay. And if you wanted to kill someone, I think it would have been much easier, the car would have parked, then you have a good shot, the car's not rolling, be able to kill somebody a lot easier than if the car is moving, correct?
Objection, Judge. Speculation.
Correct.
It all depends on the technique the suspect is using at the time.
The what?
The suspect or the accused or the defendant is using at the time.
What was he using?
He was standing on the side of his apartment complex, on his side of his property.
Right, but the car wasn't stopped, right? Did the car ever stop?
After the shooting.
I'm talking while the shooting was going on, did the car stop?
No.
So, you have a moving target, you're saying, doesn't matter the target's moving or stationary. Is that your testimony?
It's still a target.
The
Moving
no
around.
dispute is it's a target, right? You're shooting at this vehicle, but you're telling me that there's not a difference between moving or stationary.
It just changes the percentage.
The what?
The percentage of hitting somebody.
Right. That's what we're trying to ask you. It's a lot easier if you wanted to kill someone if the target's stationary, right?
It's still the same outcome if you're shooting a weapon at somebody.
It could be the same outcome, but you just told me that percentages are greater if the target is stationary, correct?
Judge, objection. This has already been asked and answered.
Correct?
Can you repeat the question, please?
You answered that the percentage was greater when the target was stationary. Is that right?
Yes.
Okay. And I followed up that if he wanted to kill someone, his percentages would be greater if the target was stationary. Yes or no?
Can be greater, yes.
That was it. He said that he grabbed something from his pocket. You don't know if he had any other clips in his pocket, correct?
At the time of the video, no.
In fact, when the clips were found, they were where?
Outside the apartment.
You didn't see him run to the vehicle, right?
He was already outside.
You didn't see him after the shots were fired, you didn't see him run to the vehicle.
Running, no.
He was walking.
Yes, he was walking with a purpose.
With a what?
Purpose.
Can you determine that from your psychological?
Just based on
psychiatric
experience,
or something?
yes.
Where did you come up with these things?
I don't know, Jag is badgering the witness.
Cross-examination all over with it.
And it's also argumentative.
There's speculation on your part, detective, to determine what he was doing by walking at the vehicle, right?
This is what I see. I'm based on my experience.
Based on your experience, you see somebody walking toward the vehicle.
Yes.
After the shooting, the vehicle drove off. Did you go to the car side?
No.
So what was your, did you go to the crash scene?
To the crash?
I'm not the crash scene, did you go to the shooting scene?
Yes.
Did you obtain evidence?
The videos.
The videos, is that what you did? Talk to witnesses?
I talked to a witness at the scene.
Which witness?
It was a female at the apartment complex where Mr. Delgado lived.
Do you remember the name?
I believe Sharon Estrada,
Any other witnesses that you spoke with?
just the owner of the residence where the video was obtained.
Pass the witness.
Just one more question, Mr. Barrera. Is the percentage greater of killing or hurting somebody when the individual is ambushing or laying in wait and they're shooting at somebody?
We cannot determine that. It's based on every incident different.
Pass a witness.
No further questions, Judge? We're going to back no longer.
No recall. You're excused, not subject to recall.
Thank you, Your Honor.
Yes, Your Honor, at this time, the state calls Mr. Luis Castillo. Officer Luis Castillo, I'm sorry, Your Honor. Yes, Your Honor.
Mr. Hudson, address the microphone if you need to. He was previously sworn, members of the jury, he is under oath.
Good afternoon.
May I proceed, Your Honor? Officer Castillo, please state your full name for the record.
Luis Fernando Castillo.
Okay, and where are you currently employed?
The City of Laredo, Laredo Police Department.
And how long have you been employed with Laredo Police Department?
In a couple of weeks, it's going to be 8 years.
8 years?
8 years.
Okay. And what is your current position with the Laredo Police Department?
I work, I'm a officer, but I work for the compliance response team and VICE.
Okay. And are you familiar with the case at hand?
Yes, sir.
How are you familiar with the case at hand?
I wrote up on it that day.
Okay, so you wrote up on it that day. So, and that was June 1st, 2024?
That's correct.
Were you working that day?
No, sir, I was not.
What were you doing that day?
I was actually heading home after running some errands with my family.
Okay, and where were you?
At the time when you can say everything started, I believe we were by the 3100 block of Stewart Street.
And who were you with at the time?
My mother and my 2-year-old daughter.
And you're off duty?
That is correct, sir. I was off duty.
Okay, so what happened after that?
We had finished running some errands. We had actually just picked up some food. We were a couple of blocks away from getting home when we heard a loud noise, what we thought was shots fired.
Okay, you just heard shots fired. What was your initial thought?
Initially, I guess you could say, was that in fact shots fired what we had heard. I think both my mother and I looked at each other and we asked if that's what we heard. You can kind of say we confirmed it a little bit in the sense of people in the neighborhood started coming out of their residence just to peek around, just to see what it is that had happened.
So, apparently it was a loud commotion.
That is correct, sir.
Okay, so what happened after that?
Due to the fact that I was with my 2-year-old daughter, I told my mom, just drive around the block. Don't get close. Let me see if I can see a getaway vehicle or somebody that's running, trying to get away. But again, because I have my daughter, I didn't want to get in, and I didn't want to get close to whatever was happening.
All right, so what did you do after that?
My mother continued driving. Eventually, she hit Clark Boulevard and proceeded to drive westbound.
Okay. What did you discover once you drove westbound?
Once we got to the intersection of Clark and Arkansas, we saw a 3-vehicle accident.
You observed a 3-vehicle accident?
That is correct, sir.
What did you do once you observed the accident?
I quickly called 911. I called dispatch and informed them that there was an accident, that it looked pretty bad. They told me that they were already aware of it and that ambulance and officers were already on the way.
And just so we can get an idea, you said you were off duty. What are you wearing at this time? T-shirt, shorts?
That's correct. Shirt and shorts.
Civilian clothing?
That's correct, sir.
Okay. Permission to approach that? Okay. I'm going to show you what's been marked previously as Exhibit 24 through 33. Please review these photos.
Yes, sir, I do.
Are they a true accurate depiction of what they portray being?
That is correct.
Okay. How do you recognize this one?
That is actually the accident that I wrote up on.
Okay. And have it in all credentials performed?
No, sir.
Your Honor, I'll now tender to defense for inspection and any objections, State's Exhibit 24 through 33.
be no.
This time, Your Honor, they will move to enter State's Exhibit 24 to 30. Permission to publish on the only, Your Honor? Yes. Thank you. The officer.
I am naming that bird Aurora because Sleeping Beauty, you know her dress, make it blue, make it pink, make it blue, make it pink. That bird is red on StreamYard and blue on YouTube. So that bird is now named Aurora.
Castillo, you said you approached and you rode up on an accident?
That is correct, sir.
Okay. I'm going to show you what's been marked as State's Exhibit 30. Okay. Can you tell us what we're looking at here in State's Exhibit 30?
It appears to be a 3-vehicle accident. Heavy damage on the vehicles. At that point, you can say the one in the far back facing northbound, while the other two are kind of facing westbound.
Okay. What did you do once you got to the scene?
Once I got to the scene, I got off. I informed the people that were standing around that I was an off-duty officer again. I wasn't wearing a uniform, no badge, no gun. So I informed them that I was an off-duty officer. I asked if anybody was trapped, if anybody was injured.
Okay. I'm going to show you what's been marked as State's Exhibit 28. All right? This is a different angle. So, of these 3 vehicles, which vehicle did you approach first?
It's going to be the one on the far right, the Ford.
The Ford?
That's correct, the SUV with the door open.
Okay. So I'm showing you State's Exhibit 28. It's this vehicle right here?
That is correct, sir.
Okay. You approached that vehicle?
That is correct, sir.
Okay. What did you observe when you approached that vehicle?
A female. She was inside. She was on the front passenger seat. I was able to open the door, and she was hysterical. She was in a lot of pain. You could tell that, obviously, because of how her heavy breathing, her groaning, she was high-pitched voice. She was really out of it. I believe she thought she was trapped when she was truly not trapped. I was able to open the door, but because of how much pain she was in, I don't think she ever realized that.
Okay. Was she with anyone else?
I would say yes. There was a male on the driver's side door, but the door was already open and that male was already out.
Okay. After you addressed the female that was in distress in this vehicle, what did you do then?
Correct. I turned around and I started addressing the occupant that's in the vehicle caught in the middle.
Okay, and I'm going to show you what's marked as State's Exhibit 25. All right. This is the second vehicle that you addressed?
That is correct, sir.
Okay, and what happened when you encountered that individual? What did you observe?
He actually was trapped. He could not get out. That front driver door, it was jammed. It's pinned in, as you can see, with that other vehicle.
Is that right here that you're talking about?
That is correct, sir.
Okay, so he was pinned. What happened?
I started talking to him through the window. I was asking if he was okay. He told me that he was in a lot of pain. I asked if he can get out of the vehicle. He told me he couldn't. And again, because of the door being pinned, I wasn't able to open it to extract him out of the vehicle. But nevertheless, he was talking to me. He was in pain, but it looked like it wasn't anything where he needed to be extracted right at that moment.
Okay. So you addressed the individual that's in the van. What did you do after that?
Once I saw that the male driver in that van was somewhat in a stable condition, I proceeded to check on the third vehicle, which is the green one that you can see on the far right.
Okay, let me stop you there. I'm showing you what's marked at State's Exhibit 32. Is that the green vehicle you're speaking of?
That is correct, sir.
Okay. Who was in that vehicle?
It was a female.
It was a female? All right, I'm showing you what's been marked as State's Exhibit 31. What are we seeing here?
The part of the collision, heavy front damage to the vehicle.
Okay. I'm showing you what has been marked as State's Exhibit 27. What do we see here?
That is still the vehicle. It's depicting the inside of the vehicle.
The inside? All right, I'm gonna show you what's been marked as State's Exhibit 27. Sorry, 26, I apologize. What are we seeing here?
Once again, the green vehicle, airbag deployed, and you can see the damage to the windshield.
Okay. And I'm gonna show you what's marked as State's Exhibit 24. Is that where you encountered the female in that vehicle?
The first time or the second time?
The first, or is that where the female was sitting?
That is correct. She was in the driver's seat.
So let's talk about the first time. You said the first time. What happened the first time you encountered the female in the vehicle?
Based off of the collision, just the way the vehicles ended up, I didn't think I had an opportunity to reach the female driver through the driver's side door, so I went through the passenger side door. Once I opened it, I saw her completely slumped over.
You saw her slumped over?
That is correct, sir.
What was her, I know you're saying she was slumped over, but what was her body demeanor like? Was she, what could you see? What state was she in at that point in time?
If anything, if she was conscious, I know that she was groaning. I could hear her. I don't know if she was mumbling, trying to say something, but there was really not that much form of communication between her and I. Again, since she's slumped over, if she is even trying to say something, it's so mumbled from her positioning.
Okay. Did you talk to her then, or you did something else at that point in time?
I tried talking to her. I wasn't getting any response, and then something else happened that caused me to move away from her and the vehicle.
Okay, what else happened that caused you to move away from the vehicle?
From all the bystanders that were around, I'm not sure which one it was, but somebody yelled that the van was on fire, which was the vehicle in the middle where the male was still trapped inside.
Okay, and I'm going to show you what's been marked as Case Exhibit 25. So, you're saying that people were yelling that this van was catching on fire?
That is correct, sir.
So what did you do?
I ran immediately to the van. I was able to open that sliding door that you can see right there. I hopped into the van and I attempted to extract the male driver.
And is that the door that you went in through?
That is correct, sir.
Okay. So you extracted the male driver from the side?
No, sir. I was not able to extract the male driver.
What did you do?
Like I said, I was able to hop in, where I was able to get into the vehicle. As I'm talking to the male driver, he is still in a lot of pain, but now he appears to be on a phone call. I think it was some relative or something like that. I was telling him, hey, we need to get out of the vehicle. But again, he was telling me, no, my arm hurts. He was just on the phone, divided attention between myself and whoever was on the other side of the line. So I was not able to extract him. The vehicle actually was not on fire. It was just all the smoke that was being produced from all three vehicles that was right there. But I'm assuming that's exactly why people started getting the vehicles on fire, because there was a good amount of smoke.
Okay. What did you do after that?
Once I basically got a rejection from the male that he didn't want to get extracted, I decided to go back to the female in the green Kia.
In the green Kia?
That is correct, sir.
Okay. So, Marcus States Exhibit 24. So, you're talking to the female and so you went back to the green Kia.
That is correct, sir.
And you said previously she was slumped over.
That is correct, sir.
Okay, now you're coming back the second time.
That is correct, sir.
Okay, what happened when you went back the second time?
The second time I attempted to force open that driver's side door, as you can see there. I was successful. I was able to open it up. She was still slumped over. I couldn't see her face. All her hair was basically covering it from how she was slumped over. I'm assuming from the velocity of the impact, everything just basically came forward, and I couldn't get a clear description or a clear view of her face.
Okay, and what happened after that? Did you try talking to her? How did you interact with her?
That's correct. I did try talking to her. I was trying to get the hair out of her face, try to see if she was conscious, if she was awake or anything like that. I still have to be dealing with the bystanders that were there. They were all yelling at me, leave her alone, don't do anything, she's hurt. I had to inform them again that I was an off-duty officer and I was trying my best to assist. At that point, I was telling her to try to control her breathing if she was able to hear me. And that's another thing, I was asking if she can actually hear me, just to see if she was conscious or not.
Okay. And how did she look physically?
At the time being, again, she was slumped over. She was bleeding a little bit from the arms. It looked like probably from the cuts from the collision. It wasn't major, nothing like blood running down, but you can see several cuts on her arms, possibly from the glass once the collision happened.
Okay. Did you, at any point in time, did you see any other injuries or discover any injuries on her?
Yes, I did.
When was that?
She appeared to get some type of adrenaline rush because she actually was able to sit up. She was yelling, she was very frantic, she was in pain. And as she sat up, I'm sorry, I'm kind of, if I can demonstrate a little bit. Yes. She was slumped over, and as she sits back, she's wearing a green dress, I'm sorry, and I can see all the stains from like blood clots, large blood stains on her dress.
And when you saw these large stains of blood on her, it was, where were those stains of blood located?
Kind of like in her lower abdomen to, yeah, basically her lower abdomen. I couldn't tell how far there it was running because of the dress that she was wearing.
Okay, and what were you thinking at that point in time when you saw this blood?
I was actually scared. It was so much blood, and because of the collision and where the blood was coming from, I thought she was pregnant and that she might have been losing the baby at the time because of the collision. Just the amount of blood that was coming out and the area that it was coming out, I really thought that she could have been possibly losing a baby.
Okay. So now you mentioned that she got some form of adrenaline and that she started speaking with you.
That is correct, sir.
What did she tell you?
At first, when she got that adrenaline rush, when she was kind of able to get regain her consciousness, she told me that she was in a lot of pain. She was yelling that everything hurt.
She was yelling that everything hurt?
That everything hurt. That is correct, sir.
Okay, what else did she tell you?
We had, I guess, very small conversation because unfortunately she kept passing out. She was going in and out of consciousness. So after she had told me that everything hurt, I was asking her, where does it hurt? And she said, everywhere. He shot me everywhere. Please don't let him take my kids.
He shot me everywhere. She said, he shot me everywhere. Please don't let me take my kids.
That is correct. I'm sorry.
Did she tell you who shot her?
She passed out again.
Okay. And did you ever talk to her after that?
She regained consciousness again. When she was able to regain that consciousness, I had to confirm that I did in fact hear that she was shot, which she told me, yes, I was shot.
Did you ever ask her her name?
I did not ask her for her name.
Okay. But you're certain that there was a female sitting in the screen vehicle?
That is correct.
Okay. Now, based on your training and experience, how would you describe the type of injury that the victim in the Kia Soul had suffered?
Throughout my years of service, it's unfortunate, you can say. I've come across a lot of victims.
Texas.
Unfortunately, I have seen people pass away in front of me. In regards to this victim, I really thought that she was gonna die on me. I was trying my best to save her life.
Pass the witness, Your Honor.
Officer Castillo,
Yes, sir.
you've been in more car accidents than I have, but just, maybe it's not important. But why did, why did the passenger airbag deploy, not the driver's side?
It could be multiple things, sir, such as if it's a sold vehicle, a sold used vehicle, sometimes they're already in accidents that the airbag is possibly removed, not reinstalled.
Salvage time, there's no airbag usually, right?
It could be that could be the situation.
As you can see from the, we're talking about that green car, right?
That is correct, sir.
The driver's side airbag being deployed, right?
That is correct, sir.
It looked like a pretty serious collision between the three vehicles.
That is correct, sir.
Okay, so unfortunately, the driver of the green vehicle didn't have the protection of the airbag, right?
That's what it appears to have been.
So, but I could see the steering wheel was in front of the steering wheel was not damaged, but I could see that there was no airbag, right?
Correct.
Okay, so when you tried, could have been impacted, as if they went forward, you said the body was slumped over, and everything went forward, so I assume that the body went forward during the collision, is that what you're saying?
It could have, yes, it could have gone forward during the collision.
That's all we have, Jim.
Brief redirect, Your Honor. Permission to approach the witness, Your Honor? Yes, sir. Officer Castillo, I'm showing you a layout of the area, okay? Now, you're saying that you respond, and I'm using this for demonstrative purposes. Is this a correct reflection of the area that the crash took place in?
That is correct, sir.
Okay. Now, I'm going to ask you if you could please circle on this map where the crash, where you found the crash. Okay, and then right here at the corner of Clark and Arkansas? That's right. At the Buenos Pit Stop?
Right in front of you.
Right in front of me, yes, sir.
All right, okay. And at that point in time, when you came upon that crash, you didn't know where any of the people involved in the crash were coming from, correct?
That is correct.
Do you know where the victim went after the crash, the victim of the green vehicle?
With some to the hospital, sir. Laredo Medical Center is probably the closest one, so she probably had gone to the hospital.
Nothing, pass the list, sir.
Officer, Castillo, did you do anything else in regards to this case?
On scene, I did my best to render aid.
Okay, but you didn't process any evidence or anything like that?
No, nothing having to do with
You
it.
didn't participate in the crime scene investigation or anything like that?
If anything, as far as crime scene, maybe just crowd control. Once again, I wasn't in uniform, so as soon as additional officers started showing up on scene, I let them take over.
Were you required to produce a report involving this incident?
I completed a supplement based off of the facts of what she had told me.
So that was the most important thing, I guess, in this case, was what she told you?
Her life, depending on how you're asking that question, I think her life was the most important part. After the fact, it's my duty, which is to provide a supplement.
Now, regarding the injuries, you saw a shirt with blood on it, right?
It was a dress. It was a green. Oh, yes, it was a dress.
And at that moment in time, you don't know if the injuries came from the steering wheel or from being shot.
It was not until she told me that she had been shot that I found out.
That's all we have, sir.
For your
opposing counsel mentioned the dress.
Correct.
And you said she was wearing a dress.
That is correct, sir.
Was there anything else that she was wearing that you noticed?
Yes, based off of the fact that now I knew that she was shot because she told me, again, I just saw the large stains of blood. I knew that this was a pack wound in regards to our line of work.
Sorry, you said packed wound. What is a packed wound?
Basically, it is a wound that you need to start packing in. It's not like on your arms or your legs where you can apply a tourniquet. It's on the body itself. You cannot apply a tourniquet.
Smart TV.
In it right down the middle. But again, the girdle applying so much pressure that it was possibly saving her life, and I decided not to cut it open.
Okay. How did the girdle look?
Black in color.
Black in color?
That's correct.
How did it appear because of the injuries?
Due to the fact that it's black, when it's based off of like liquid or the blood, the color kind of gets shiny compared to everything else. So you can kind of say the top of the girdle was just black, but everything else that was soaked in blood was kind of like shiny. You can see that this area is actually soaked in some type of liquid, which in this case would have been the blood.
Pass witness.
Question.
Recall, Peter Sutton.
No, Your Honor.
No, Your Honor. Okay, sir, you are released, not subject to recall. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Yes, Your Honor. This kind of seems called Adrian Rodriguez. We just wanted to know.
Sir, have a seat. You will stand right here, please. Adjust the microphone. Acceptable for you. He has been sworn, ladies and gentlemen, so he is under oath. Please. Good afternoon.
Good afternoon. My name is Adrian Nicolas Rodriguez.
How old are you, Mr. Rodriguez?
26.
And where are you employed?
Starbucks.
How long have you been employed at Starbucks?
For about 3 years now, almost.
Do you know that the United States?
I don't personally know.
You've never seen them?
No.
Okay, let me take you back to June 1st, 2024. Do you remember that day?
Yes, sir.
Okay, can you tell the jury what happened on that day?
More or less, I had picked up some groceries for my son and my wife, and I was on my way home southbound on Clark when I noticed a car rapidly approaching me on the opposite side of the road. It was getting,
Let me stop you. What kind of car was it?
I believe it was a Kia.
Do you remember the color?
I believe it was, no.
Okay. So you saw saw green PM, and then what happened next?
I noticed it was going pretty fast and driving a little erratically. I kind of didn't pay attention to it. It's kind of just the way it is around town for the most part. But as it got closer, it went over the median and nearly hit me. I kind of just took a very slight move out of the way to avoid it. I thought, wow, that was crazy. You know, what a crazy situation. And then
Did you see anybody driving that PM?
I didn't get a good look in. No,
You don't know how many people were in that car?
no, not at that moment.
You approach? I'm going to show you an aerial of Clark
All right.
in Arkansas. Okay, so you were saying that you were driving the truck, right?
Yep. I was going down right around this part. I had reached a little farther ways down when the car was approaching me from this way. It had gone over the median, and I kept driving. As I looked back in the rearview mirror to see where the car had jumped the median, I had saw that it had started approaching what I know is quick stop. Yes, sir. Correct.
And then what happened next?
I had looked in the rearview mirror and I just kept watching it. I slowed down a little bit as well as some other cars nearby, and I just thought like, wow, they're gonna hit the gas pumps was my first initial reaction. I thought, yes, sir. As it went into the gas station, I suppose the car, due to all the bumps, managed to get between the pumps, and it looked like it had slammed against the street on this side. And had run into a couple cars there, and that's when I made the decision to do a turnaround and go back.
Okay, why did you decide to go back?
I figured someone might be hurt, someone might be in danger. I could do very little, but I have some basic first aid training when I worked at the lake, so I decided to go back, and if anything, I could at least bring a little bit of direction or order to keep people away from the area.
Okay, you testified that you did see a crash. You saw the whole thing.
Yes, sir.
Okay, you decided, even though you were with your wife and kid,
Oh, I wasn't with my wife and kid at the time. I was just picking up groceries for them.
so you were alone.
Yes, sir.
You decided at that time, you know what, let me go and help out, see, you got the day.
Correct.
Okay, so once you reached the quick stop, where the crash scene was, what happened next?
As I arrived there, I parked my car and I got out. I know some people in the vehicles were still in their cars. Some of them were kind of yelling for help or just kind of for what was happening. I approached two different cars. One of them had an older gentleman, probably in his 40s, a little bit heavy set. I told him to stay in his car because he might be hurt, as well as an injured elderly couple. I didn't know if they were injured. I just told them to stay in their car because they were also at risk since they were a little older.
Let me ask you, and once you reached the quick stop, how many crash cars did you see?
There was the cars they had run directly into, and the one it had bounced off of, and then the one it had finally, I guess, laid up against and kind of just started rolling away from it. I want to say it was like five different cars.
And the Kia was one of those cars?
Correct.
Okay, I'm going to show you what's been marked in exhibit on the... Judge, it's going to be marked exhibit number 23, covered in evidence. So I'm going to play the question to you because you didn't see it, right?
Correct.
So I'm going to play it. And that's at the quick stop. Okay, where all that traffic is, this street, you say that's Clark, right? In Arkansas?
Yeah, that's what it's all.
So this is Clark?
No. Yeah.
That's a Kia that you remember. Okay, so just so you can verbally say it. That's a Kia.
Oh, that was the car.
Yeah, because there's a record, so we can say the word.
Correct.
Not a yes, but there's a record, so I appreciate it. Okay, so that's the crash that you remember, right? You
Correct.
testified that you went back to try to help. You said that you had some training at working at the gate.
Yeah. Yeah, it was very, very basic.
What did you do then?
Le Casablanca.
And what training did you have?
I just had basic CPR training, basic first aid.
But still, if you're a citizen, you want to go back and see what's going on, correct?
As best as I
Okay,
could.
so once you arrive at the quick stop and you saw the car, you go back to the next 24 years.
I remember arriving there and I remember kind of just checking on people, making sure they stayed in their car. I asked if anybody had called the police yet. I didn't get a lot of answers, but it was a lot of no. So I decided to call emergency services.
Which is 911?
Yeah.
Okay, and then what happened?
I kind of looked into the car to see if the driver was okay and the Kia. And from the window, I could just see there was just a lady kind of slumped over the steering wheel. She was kind of pushed against with her head and her chest against the corner of the wheel. Kind of like that with the wheel.
Okay, and once you saw that lady, what else did you see?
I thought her clothes were wet, but it might have been blood. As I kind of got closer, I kind of noticed there was a bit of bleeding, and I couldn't tell if it was from her head or from somewhere else. I kind of stepped away. I couldn't see if she was.
Was she speaking to you or she was?
No, she was just still slumped over. I decided not to try and move the vehicle or open the door or anything. I stood for a bit. There was another gentleman who went to go and check on her.
The other crash car?
Yeah.
Okay, from what other?
At that point, he said he was going to check on her. So he kind of had a flashlight and he kind of looked at her for a bit, and I stepped away and I tried to flag down the emergency service vehicles that I saw approaching.
Okay, and once the emergency vehicles approached, what happened next?
I saw them take over the situation, started assessing. I kind of just got back. I didn't want to be in their way.
Did you talk to them?
I talked to a paramedic for a sec. He asked if I had seen anything, and only just that the car jumped the median and seemed out of control. I then made contact with an officer.
Okay. And officer of the police department or?
Yes, sir.
Okay, and what did you tell the officer?
I told him what I'd seen about the Kia jumping the median, how it had gone into the gas station and kind of crashed into a couple of different cars, and that was all I could have seen. I said that there were some other cars that drove by that looked like they'd been damaged, but I wouldn't have known if she had hit them or not.
Okay, so the lady in the Kia never told you anything?
Not to my knowledge, no.
No questions, Judge. No recall. Okay, sir, you have the excuse, not subject to recall. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Your Honor.
The state calls Mark Bella to the stand. Mark Bella.
before you hear. Okay, members of the jury, he was previously sworn, and he is under oath.
Just a moment, Your Honor, if I could just confirm with the court, we did use State's Exhibit 23. We did use the 23.
You used 23, but it wasn't admitted.
Okay.
You referred to it as admitted, but it wasn't admitted.
I'm sorry, Your Honor.
You may say exhibit number 1.
Please state your name for the record.
My name is Investigator Marco Vela.
And what is your occupation?
I am an investigator with the Crimes Against Persons Robbery Homicide Unit.
How long have you been employed in that occupation?
In total, I've been with the Laredo Police Department for 18 and a half years. With capers, crimes against persons, I just completed my 3rd year as an investigator.
Are you a licensed peace officer in this state?
Yes.
And what training have you received to become a peace officer or evidence technician?
In my 18-year total, I've attended numerous trainings that we have to go through to keep our licenses for TICO. I have my basic, my intermediate, my advanced, and my master's peace officer's license. On top of that, I went to homicide school and a read technique. It's an interviewing skill to tell when people are being deceitful or lying, but on top of those trainings.
What is your current assignment?
Excuse me? I'm with Capers, Crimes Against Persons Unit.
And what are your duties?
Our duties, we have multiple duties in the Capers department. We take anything and everything, mainly crimes against persons. We take robberies, homicides, we investigate deaths, terroristic threats, we do harassments. We also have to, our duties entail, we gather evidence, talk to witnesses, talk to suspects. We try to gather videos. We have to attend autopsies, recover evidence from the medical examiner's office, get video, input evidence into the system, multiple assignments that we have to do within our division.
Did your training include procedures for dealing with individuals suspected of shooting firearms?
Yes.
Can you explain to the jury what GSR or gunshot residue is?
Yes. So a gunshot residue, you want me to explain the kit? Or just what GSR is?
Just explain what GSR is.
Okay, so gunshot residue, if you can tell a bullet, hopefully everyone knows what a bullet is. It doesn't matter if it's from a shotgun, a rifle, a handgun. A bullet you can tell entails 3 parts. It has the casing, it has the bullet or the jacket, and there's gunpowder inside of it.
And how does this gunshot residue kit consist of?
The gunshot residue kit consists of a pair of gloves, paperwork to fill out, and 2 glass vials that are used to send back to evidence. Anytime a bullet is fired, whenever the primer is hit, you can imagine microscopic particles of the gunshot powder that goes into the air. So if you fire 1 round or multiple rounds, it's going to be in the area. And for the most part, for anyone that's that uses firearms, you can smell it. But to the naked eye, it can't be seen. So from our training, we've been taught that that cloud is usually maybe a couple of feet in parameter from once the bullet goes off.
And how are these used?
So the gunshot residue kits are used, first off, we have to make sure to use gloves. Once we have gloves, we get the little vials, they're maybe about 1 inch big. We take out a top that's in each vial and we rub it against the hands of the person being tested. We then put the vial back into the kits, we seal them off, we put them in our evidence locker, and eventually our evidence technician will send them out to DPS for testing.
Were you on duty on June 1st, 2024?
Yes, I was.
Did you have any contact with a person by the name of Billy Delgado?
Yes, I did.
How did you make contact with Billy Delgado?
Mr. Delgado was brought up upstairs by 2 officers. He was inside of one of our interview rooms, and that's how I made contact with him, inside of the room.
Do you see that person in the courtroom here today?
Yes.
Would you point out Billy Delgado and identify him by describing what he's wearing?
That's the gentleman over here with the blue shirt sitting down with the slick back hair.
Let the record reflect that the witness has identified Billy Delgado. On June 1st, on June 1st, 2024, when did you first see him?
He was sitting down inside of the interview room.
And what was Mr. Delgado doing?
He was sitting with his back against the wall.
Did you collect samples from his hand?
Yes, I did.
How did you collect the samples?
The samples were collected by, I opened up the kit, I put on a pair of gloves, and I had to apply them to his right and his left hand. Once they were collected, I sealed off the envelope and I entered it into our property room.
What steps did you take in collecting these samples?
The steps that I took were first putting my gloves on. I then grabbed his hands. I applied the pressure points of the vials onto his right hand and his left hand, and then they were sealed.
Did you wear gloves and take all necessary precautions as outlined in the instructions in the GSR kit?
Yes.
After collecting the samples from the subject's hands, what did you do with the sampling devices next?
The sampling devices, I went into my computer. I had to type out a form with all of Mr. Delgado's information. I put it inside of the envelope so when it gets to DPS, they know who it belongs to. I then walked downstairs into our property room and I logged it into evidence.
Did you mark the sampling devices and GSR kit in any unique manner?
Yes, I did.
I want to show you what's been marked as Exhibit 34. Do you recognize it?
Yes.
What is it?
That's my handwriting, and it is the test kit for Mr. Billy Delgado.
How do you recognize it?
That's my handwriting.
Is this GSR kit in the same or substantially the same condition as when you did it?
Yes.
At this time, Your Honor, the state would like to introduce into evidence State's Exhibit 34 unless defense has any objections.
Can I see the kit inside the envelope? Yes. Can I see what's inside the envelope before I sign up? Or was it today the outside of the envelope?
Open it. Opened up.
Investigator Bella, are those the samples that you took that day?
Yes, they are.
How can you tell?
When I was collecting the sample for Mr. Delgado's hand, as you can see right here, right hand, left hand. When I was gathering from his right hand, I used the left vial. So I used a marker to scratch it out and I put right hand. And I did the same with right hand vial, I put left hand. I marked both of these, this is my handwriting.
So those are the only contents of that envelope. I would have no objection to that signature.
Okay, that's all that's in there is submitted.
After taking these samples from the hands of Billy Delgado, what did you do with them?
I placed them into our evidence locker and I submitted them.
Do you know if it was tested?
Yes, I know there, I believe by Rebecca Lloyd of DPS of Texas. She's one of our crime analysts.
And then what did you do with the kit, if anything, after it was tested?
I did not touch the kit after I submitted it. The only thing that I read was Mrs. Lloyd's findings for the gunshot residue kit.
I'm gonna hand you what's been marked as State's Exhibit number 35.
Do you recognize it?
Yes.
What is it?
It's a USB of the interview room with my interactions with Mr. Delgado.
How do you recognize it?
My initials are on the USB.
I have no objection.
Exhibit number 35. Yes. Permission to publish.
Sergeant Technical Riddle PD, Saturday, June 1st, 2:34 p.m. I'm going to be, what's your name, sir? Delgado? I'm going to be conducting a test on your hands. So you can just stick your hand right there. As you can see, you don't have to. It's already, this is not a a search. It's already determined by the courts that I don't need permission, I can just examine.
Can I read that?
Read what? The instructions are collecting. Yes, you do. You can't refuse to test. This is not a search. There's evidence on your hands, and you just wash your hands.
How do I wash my hands when the car looks at?
Well, I'm just letting you know, this isn't I'm refusing, I can do this test without your permission. Okay?
Well, I guess you're gonna have to time me down or something, because I can't do that. I'm not gonna see what it says.
Feel free. Do not touch this, we'll get a black pen. Carry it.
I don't even have a record for that. That was also good hospital training. I'm not gonna do that, but I'm not a record.
feel like it's there one way or another, it's gonna be blank, so there's no hard ways to be. That's what we might as well just go with
We
it.
never do it the hard way.
Want me to make it harder? Go along with it?
But whatever.
I'm not having any questions. You can do it all as part of the investigation.
So I can buy whatever present you tell me that I can do that process.
No. Delgado.
11:20.
11:20?
Yep.
11:28. Is the correct one?
Alright, I just double check to confirm, and I do not need your permission to get this to your right hand. This could go easy, it could go simple, or you can make it hard. I'm not gonna put your finger, I'm just gonna, look. This, I can touch, that's fine, you can use your lord, but your hand.
I should have used my hand and breaking it. You're already breaking it up.
They're breaking the law and also breaking another one.
You think this is the camera?
Yeah, already everything is recorded.
I'm gonna go ahead right now.
Open your hand. Sir, this is a test that I want to get permission to do. Open your hand. I'm not gonna break your hand. Be a grown-ass man, open your hand.
Oh, this means go. I have a record, bro. Why should I abide by you?
If this was wrong, I wouldn't be doing it. I have every right to be doing this without permission, without search
Let
warrant.
me see it.
See what?
Let me see that you have every right to do this.
I'm telling you.
Oh, you're telling me.
Yeah, open your hand.
Come on, so here.
Like that. You got it.
See? That's forced to me.
By the way, he's recording this.
We're all recorded.
Forcefully.
It's not forced.
Oh, I
It's for a case law. This is
Where's my
where.
here?
Am I questioning you? No.
You know, you forced me over the mat, and I both of y'all were gonna jump in and fucking put me on the floor. So I'm trying to fight, son. I'm just fighting my rights as a Texas. I have a record card. You get another pretty look at that too. That wasn't it. Right. My grandma was a cat in the river. I know my rights.
Investigator Bella, what did Billy Delgado tell you about his grandmother?
I believe he told the officers his grandmother might have been one of our captains, maybe before I came into PD 2007, her tenure.
Why would somebody say something like that?
Objection, Your Honor, speculation.
Your training experience, why would somebody use influence like that?
Objection, Your Honor, speculation. The video was clear.
It's based on the training, Your Honor.
I'm sorry, let's suspend on.
Alright, you know, just go over there. Just right, just keep the right hand out, or the left hand, how are you gonna do it? Okay, I'm gonna stand all this is recorded. I'm not going to do my job.
How would you describe the defendant's demeanor as you were collecting the sample?
Here he's smirking. During the procedure at the beginning, he was being a little combative, but after a couple of seconds, he let me continue with my test.
Did he say anything while you were collecting the samples from his hand?
While I was collecting the samples, he kept telling me that I was violating his rights and that I was breaking the law.
Did he seem concerned about the results of the test?
No, sir.
Did he try to pull his hands away or resist the process in any way?
Just the initial test, he did not want to open his hand, so I had to use minimal force with a pressure point that was taught to us in the police department. If you need to open a suspect's hand, you put force here on the knuckle, and that will make the hand open.
When you conducted this interview, how much time had passed since the incident?
To my knowledge, I'm not certain what time the call came in. Maybe we're going on the 2 hour and a half, 2 hour marking. I'm not 100% certain on the time that it passed up.
And why is it so important to collect these GSR samples immediately?
The GSR samples are important to get within, from what we've been told and trained, I believe after maybe 2 to 3 or 4 hours, depends what Mrs. Lloyd from DPS would say. The gunshot residue comes off your hands. It does not stay on you. It can be washed off, taken off with spit, with I guess the pores, if your pores get sweaty, rubbing it off, it will not stay on you permanently. It has a time frame, and if you do not get it in that time frame, it is lost.
So would you say that there is an exigency to collect this evidence?
Yes, there is.
So now you're putting the left hand prints or whatever on the right hand. wishes to work on my daughter being raped.
What is he talking about here?
He's talking about, he's stating that his daughter was raped.
But prior to that, what was he talking about?
That he doesn't have anything to worry about.
Your rep sheet and my rep sheet. That's all it is. Black and white. You do the right hand, put it in the left. So I can get that on video. All right, Mike, just need to go open this one. Where to go? I have respect for cops, bro. I respect them. I'm not going to touch this.
We're not taking down to the closet.
In your experience, is that how a potential suspect usually behaves?
From speculation. Unusual suspect.
That was the first time that I conducted a GSR or somebody that doesn't allow me to or objects to the gunshot residue test.
How would you classify his overall demeanor while you conducted the exam?
He was very cold, unremorseful. That's how I picked up on
I
him.
object to that, non-speculation. Where does he get that remorseful from? Also saying
We passed the witness range.
Officer, I didn't see any bags around his hands. Is that necessary to have bags around his hands? Preserve-
Not that I've been told.
Preserve evidence on somebody's hands.
You would bag him.
You've never been told that, so we just told you.
No, because you just told me. And I've read it in books, but during our training, I've never seen where we put back on somebody's hand.
That would help to preserve evidence, right?
Yes, it would.
It wasn't done in this case.
No, it wouldn't.
You probably wrong. Well, you can't speak to the test results, but I don't think in this case it makes a difference. But if you want to ensure the quality of your work, you probably request that you bag the suspect's hands for your work.
Yes, sir. Yes, you're right.
And how do you qualify your demeanor in this case in this interview?
I was agitated probably too. Comes out.
You were.
Yes.
You wanted to assert what he thought was his constitutional right. That would have been wrong, but that agitated. Right?
No, sir.
You told me you were agitated.
I was but not by his demeanor.
What were you agitated by?
From what had just happened, I was upset.
Were you present?
No.
That's what somebody told you?
What?
Present at the scene, did you go do anything?
We get together with the detective so we know what's going on.
Somebody told you all these facts, okay?
Yes, the lead detective.
That's all we have this week.
Sure. We're waiting to see if they have any questions.
No redirect ground.
Questions, no questions.
We're done, Judge.
Your Honor.
Excuse my subject to recall. Thank you.
Thank you, Your Honor.
All right, I'll tell you what, ladies and gentlemen, you've been here since early this morning. I guess we'll go ahead and break. There may be a chance tomorrow we may work a little after 5, so if you need to make arrangements, please do so. Remember my instructions, please don't discuss the case. Should you get here early and some of you are in the jury room together, don't discuss it then. The only time you talk about it is when all the evidence is in, back in the jury room charged with that duty of deliberation. Don't let anybody talk to you about the case, and please don't talk to anybody tonight about the case. Don't make any personal investigations. Don't try to find anything out about the case. Just wait till you hear the evidence. We'll start at 8:30 tomorrow. You can go with the bailiff, go back to the jury room and excuse you from there. We can't start without everybody. So please be on time. As a matter of fact, I'm told, unlike Bear County, they treat you very well here. If you get here early, there's going to be breakfast for you in the jury. So maybe that's a little incentive to get. We'll be in recess till 8:30 tomorrow. Thank you very much. All right, agree.
Thank you so much, Carla, for being a member for 5 months. That is awesome. I cannot believe I have had members for 5 months. That is wild to me. Absolutely wild.
And I'm starting to dial 911.
All right, quit buffering. Why are you buffering? Stop it. Well, what time did they start? Were they late? What the heck? Or did Court TV start early? Come on, StreamYard, what are you doing?
She's here, Judge. She's probably upstairs. Do agree.
But in the building.
Yes, you're fine. I apologize. She's coming.
Well, it won't take the comment off. See if I can replace it with another comment.
of weeks ago.
StreamYard. No, we don't have a verdict because they're not even back in court yet. I'm keeping an eye on it. They won't be back in court for 2 hours. It's on the other coast. So they won't even start deliberation for 2 more hours.
You may proceed.
Thank you, Your Honor. Good morning. Can you please state your name for the record?
Good morning. My name is Kayla de la Cruz.
Ms. De La Cruz, are you employed?
Yes,
What do you do for a living?
I am a nurse practitioner
How long have you been a nurse practitioner for?
since December of 2022.
Ms. De La Cruz, do you know the defendant in this case?
Yes, he's my cousin's ex-husband,
Okay. Do you know his name?
Billy Delgado.
Can you please point at him and describe a piece of clothing?
He's the gentleman on the left-hand table. He is wearing the long sleeve blue shirt, black pants, black shoes.
Your Honor, at this time that the record reflect that the witness has ID the defendant.
No objection, record so reflect.
And you testified earlier that Billy Delgado, the defendant, is married to your cousin. What's your cousin's name?
Erika Di Torres.
Okay. How long have you known Billy Delgado?
Approximately 6 years now.
6 years? Okay. And you also testified that he was the ex-husband?
Correct.
Can you please describe the relationship as to your personal knowledge of the defendant and your cousin Erica Torres?
My cousin has a daughter with Billy,
Okay. And what's her name?
Esmeralda Emmy Delgado.
Okay. And can you tell the jury, I don't know, any personal knowledge that you might have as to the relationship that they had?
It could be described as toxic.
Toxic in what way?
I was never physically around Billy, but I would always verbally hear him abuse her.
She said she had no personal knowledge. She was physically around him.
But she testified that she heard him.
She heard him verbally abuse her.
I clarify the question for the record, I'll overrule the objection.
Thank you, Your Honor. When you testified that you heard Billy Delgado abuse her, what did you mean by that?
2 weeks prior to this incident, it was my cousin's birthday, May 18th, and I was on the phone with him, with my cousin, while he was telling her something. I cannot recall word by word exactly what it was, but I do recall myself stating, "Did he just threaten you?" And she said, "Yes." He said, "This is my last birthday."
Okay, and when you said threaten you, what did you mean by that? What made you believe that it was a threat?
Because of the way he was speaking to her, the tone of voice that he was addressing her.
Not because of the words
And the
tone of voice.
Well, yes, and that's because basically he was saying it was your last birthday, which was giving me some type of clarity that she no longer was going to live.
Okay, and were you concerned for your cousin, Erica?
I was.
Did you tell her anything?
I did.
What was that?
That she needed to address this with Laredo Police Department, and I also made her mother aware of the situation.
Okay. Anything else that you experienced from that relationship?
Not really.
How was Erica Torres with Amy, her daughter?
Erica's a great mother. She's always been involved with her daughters. Most of the time, always together.
Okay. So now let me take you back. Oh, and when you said it was May of 2024, or what year was it?
Correct.
Okay.
May 18th of 2024.
Thank you. Now, let me take you back to June 1st, 2024. Do you remember that day?
Yes.
Maybe it was Saturday?
Yes.
Okay. What do you remember from that day, from the beginning?
That morning, Erica and I had gone to go have breakfast. While having breakfast, she did get a phone call where she was speaking with Emmy, her daughter, and her daughter was at with her father, Billy Delgado. Emmy and Erica were just talking over the phone, and that she wasn't gonna get to see Emmy until tomorrow, which would be Sunday.
Paraphrase of a conversation she's not part of, it's over the phone, she's not listening to our conversation, so we're getting a distorted view of whatever she's interpreting.
I would raise it.
I'll sustain that objection, go ahead.
Thank you, Your Honor. Okay, so you testified that you were with Erica eating breakfast. Around what time was that?
This was before noon.
Before, okay. And you testified that she got a call from Amy. Okay, and after she hung up with Amy, what happened next?
I departed because I was gonna be leaving out of town, and Erica went her own way too. Then I leave the restaurant, I get home, I'm preparing my bags to leave out of town. I get inside the vehicle. As we're leaving my home, I see on my phone that I had a missed call from Erica. This missed call was at approximately 1:16 when I received a phone call from her, and around, correct. And then I also received a text message from her at approximately 1:17, 1:19, and by 1:20 I called her back. In that text message, in my statement, it's word per word as to what I received message from her, but basically stating that she was lost, she was confused as to why she had to pick up her daughter today when they had already agreed that she was picking up her daughter until the next day.
Which is Sunday, June 2nd, 2024, is that correct?
Correct.
Okay, and what happened next after you saw that you had a missed call and a missed text from Erica Torres?
So at this point, I'm already on the line with her. She's stating that she's confused, that she's lost, that she's on her way to pick up her daughter, and that she's almost there.
Did she tell you where she was going to pick up her daughter, Emmy?
She stated at Emmy's biological father's residence.
Which is?
I've never been to Mr. Delgado's home.
Yeah, okay, so it was Billy Delgado's residence?
Correct.
Okay. And then what happened next after you called her back?
She didn't want to hang up, so she told me to wait, that she was already approaching, and as she's approaching, I hear multiple gunshots. Approximately 6 gunshots. I hear her scream, frantically crying.
When you heard the gunshots, how did that make you feel?
I was shocked.
Were you expecting to hear any gunshots?
No, I was not.
Okay, so you're on the phone with Erica Torres. You hear multiple gunshots. What happens next?
I hear her scream.
Do you know what she was saying?
She was in pain, screaming in pain, and she just says, ah, ah. And as she screams, the call drops. I immediately call her back and I say, are you okay? She says, no, call 911. Billy shot me. He shot me. He shot me. As she's telling me this,
At that time when she's telling you that, what was going through your head?
she's injured. She's injured. We need to get an ambulance. We need to get paramedics on scene. She needs assistance. Yes, because of the way you're in distress. When somebody gets a gunshot wound, you're not going to be calm, collective. You could hear that she was in distress. She was in pain. She was frantic.
Okay, so once she told you, call 911, Billy shot me.
I put the phone on speaker and I'm starting to dial 911 without knowing that the other call would drop with her. I thought I would be able to merge the calls. So her call drops and I begin to speak with the operator. As I speak with the operator, I give my cousin's full name, exactly what I heard, her location, the vehicle she was driving, and I have her on Find My iPhone where I was able to give the location based off Find My iPhone.
Do you remember that location?
It was in Smith Street. Exact numbers, no.
I'm gonna show you like an aerial map of the city. This is North Smith. So it was like more or less around this area where the apartment was. It's Reynolds, Smith, and here's Clark, and here's Arkansas. And this is where he lives. Do you remember that?
Yes, that's what I believe I gave to the 911 operator.
So more or less, this is the location that you gave 911 because based on your phone, right?
Correct.
Okay. Okay, and then
to the operator for approximately 2 to 3 minutes, letting her know they did hear gunshot wounds, that Erica did EMS to arrive to the scene. But as I'm on the line with 911, I can see that she's moving, and that's when I see that now she's at the corner of Clark and Arkansas.
okay, so now you're saying in your phone that she's in this location?
Yeah.
Pretty much on Clark. And did your phone give you this location at the corner of
Yes.
Arkansas and Clark?
Yes.
Okay. So she drove based on your phone all that distance?
Correct.
Okay, Ms. La Cruz. Okay. Once you find a new location, is this surprise that you
I arrived to the scene.
Okay. And what happens?
Upon arrival to this scene, I see her green Kia Soul. She's in the driver's seat. She's restrained, wearing her seatbelt. You see airbags deployed from the pump forward. I scream her name. She doesn't respond, so I already know that now we're in trouble.
Let me ask you, you testified that you saw a green Kia Soul. Do you know what Erica drove?
Erica drove that green Kia Soul.
Okay, so once you got to the scene, did you see multiple cars, or you only saw the...
Correct, it was a 3-car collision.
But your focus was where?
On Erica. Why? Because by this point, I already knew that that was not the initial scene. And I knew that most...
To the green Kia Soul, what did you do next?
I see that there was a bystander man on the driver's seat, on the driver's side. He was holding, trying to hold her neck. And I tell him, I'm like, she has gunshot wounds. He's like, nobody shot gunshot wounds. No gunshots here.
Was that man in uniform, or was it just a regular?
A regular white t-shirt.
Okay, and then what happened next?
And then I reconfirmed with him. I said, no, they were gunshot wounds that she just suffered. At this point, Erica's already, she's pale. At this point, he doesn't let me touch her, so I can't check for a pulse, because that's immediately what I was trying to get to. I wanted to see if she still had a pulse, or we needed to go ahead and intubate, start CPR. EMS.
You know what? If there's a guy in a plain t-shirt and a plain white tee, and I'm a nurse practitioner and that's my cousin, you're not telling me I can't touch her. I'm sorry. That's not happening. If you're in uniform, that's different. But if you're just a dude in a plain white t-shirt, Or
was already at the scene. I told them we need to get a.
or forget nurse practitioner, RN. That's my cousin. She's been shot, and I know she's been shot, and you don't, and you.
Stretcher, like she needs to go straight to the hospital. I am a trauma nurse, so I do understand the gravity of what was going on, what basic process was needed next. Basically, she needed to arrive to the ER, get intubated, and go straight to the OR, so that the trauma surgeon can start.
For the record, you testified earlier that you were a nurse. You've been a trauma nurse for how long?
I finished in May of 2018 as a registered nurse, and I did all my undergrad in emergency nursing.
Okay, so you kind of, you were taught, that's what you were giving advice to the people there, right?
Correct.
ER right away.
I told him to go to the nearest ER, which was LMC, and that I would meet them there. And before they left, I told them that she was a full quote, that we did agree for her to get intubated, and that we did agree for her to get any blood necessary, because at this point I knew she had lost a lot of blood.
Okay, so once you arrived to the crash scene and you saw the PSO and you saw your cousin, what was going through your head?
Based off what I heard, based off my clinical and medical experience as well, I knew that only God was able to do a miracle on her.
And once you saw her leave in the ambulance, what happened next?
I followed the ambulance.
You went up to.
Correct.
Professor, what is this time, Judge? Judge, will you approach?
And you were talking about conversations that Erica was having on the phone. You weren't on a three-way, correct?
No.
Okay, so you were listening to part of the conversation?
Correct. We were sitting next to each other, hearing her daughter.
All right.
And
so
the purpose of that phone call was only to
Let me, just do this
verify.
question and answer if you can. So you were not on a three-way phone call, you were next to them, and you were only hearing parts of the conversation, right?
She's on speakerphone at this point.
But you don't know, you understand that's Billy on the other side and Eric on, and you're watching Erica talk to him, right?
Which phone call are you referring to?
The first phone call,
Billy wasn't on that phone call. It was Emmy.
Emmy, okay. Kayla, you they asked you a question and you said that Erica was a good mother.
Correct. Based off my experience, what I've seen, she is a good mother.
Did you know that she was driving intoxicated? Do you have any knowledge of that? She was driving
Objection, Your Honor,
intoxicated?
can we approach?
And that.
Ask her if she has any knowledge? Okay. Do you have any knowledge that she was driving around intoxicated with her children?
No,
Do you have any knowledge of the fact that she was assaulting my client while he was driving with the children in the back seat?
no,
Okay, so you don't know all about Erica, do you?
no,
All right. Do you have any knowledge of her being abusive to Billy?
no,
No physical violence. You have no knowledge of that.
no,
Do you have any knowledge of her dropping him off in the middle of the night so he had to walk home miles?
no.
So you don't know the complete story of their relationship, right?
Correct.
And you do know that Erica has another child, right?
Yes, I do.
Okay. And were Billy and Erica married?
Yes, they were.
Did they become separated?
Yes, they were.
Okay. Do you know where Erica was working at during their separation?
Yes,
Where was she working at?
at her father's home health and with another agency.
Did she have any other types of jobs besides those two? Did you know?
No,
You said you received a call from Erica, so you missed it, you called back, is that correct?
correct,
And then you went to the scene
correct,
because you could follow her?
correct.
And did the other, who actually witnessed you talking to Erica and seeing Erica?
The person that was in the vehicle with me,
Who was that?
Dylan,
Who?
Dylan Loring,
I'm sorry, I can't hear the last name.
Dylan Loring.
Can you spell the last name?
No, I cannot.
So how, pronounce it again?
Loring,
Lauren?
Ring.
Lauren? Okay. And, so Billy got off the car with you?
Excuse me?
Did Billy get off the car with you? To go see?
How did Billy get off the car with me?
Well, who's that person sitting next to you, the passenger?
Dylan.
Dylan. How did Dylan get off the car and see you?
Dylan is the driver and I'm the passenger.
Okay. I'm asking you, did Dylan get off the car and go witness you help Erica?
Yes.
Okay, that's all I'm asking you, okay?
I'm sorry, I understood you said Billy. Did Billy? I
And
said
we
no,
corrected it
Dylan.
to Dylan, okay?
Thank you.
All right, and who else witnessed you there?
I spoke with a police officer while at scene. The person that was on the Kia Soul, that off-duty police officer, because he told me, he's like, I'm an off-duty police officer. Basically that he was gonna take care of her.
Okay, you told him that she had been shot.
Correct.
Okay, so he didn't discover that she was shot.
I don't know what he saw, but I verbalized and confirmed to everybody at scene that she had been shot and she needed to get on the ambulance stretcher as soon as possible.
All right, thank you very much. I have no further questions, Judge.
Just a quick, a couple of quick questions, Your Honor. Ms. De La Cruz, you testified earlier that on Saturday, June 1st, 2024, you were going out of town.
Correct.
Okay, this was noonish, right?
Yes,
Okay, and were you going out of town by yourself or with someone else?
with a friend.
And that friend's name was what?
Dylan.
Dylan Laura.
Correct.
Okay. No further questions, Judge?
No questions.
No recall.
Recall, Mr. Vega?
No, Your Honor.
All right, you are excused now for recall. You can either stay in the courtroom or you're free to go. Thank you. Let's see. Counsel up here. Yes, sir. case?
Yes, sir.
All right, just have a seat then. Adjust that microphone, make it comfortable for you. Ladies and gentlemen, you swear your first day trial, you wrote. Yes. Have a seat.
Thank you, Your Honor. Good morning, Sergeant Vaquera.
Good morning, sir.
Could you please give your name for the record?
Sergeant M.
Okay, and where are you employed?
Laredo Police Department, sir.
All right, and how long have you been employed by the Laredo Police Department?
26 years, sir.
And what is your current position with the Laredo Police Department?
I'm currently the Central Sector Patrol Supervisor.
Okay, now I want to ask you about the case at hand. Are you familiar with this case?
Yes, sir.
Okay, how are you familiar with this case?
Back on June 5th of 2024, I was assigned as a detective to the Special Victims Unit, and a case related to this case was assigned to me.
Okay, so back in 2024, just so we can understand, what division were you assigned to back then?
Special Victims Unit.
Okay, and what types of cases are those?
It's domestic violence and sexual abuse.
Okay. Now, when you got that assignment, what was your role in that case?
I was the lead investigator in the case.
Okay. So, what did you do in investigating that case?
When I got the case assigned, I proceeded to read the preliminary report that had been filed by the officer on June the 1st, 2024. And I read that the report was of an allegation of an outcry of sexual abuse. So after further reviewing the case, I proceeded to make contact with CPS in light of the situation that the mom was in the hospital and the dad was detained, to find out who had custody of the child, to set up the child for a forensic interview at the Children's Advocacy Center.
Sorry, what was that last part?
To set up the child for a forensic interview at the Children's Advocacy Center.
At the Children's Advocacy Center. Okay. Let me ask you, what is a forensic interview?
A forensic interview is an interview done by a professional counselor that speaks to or interviews children that are victims of a traumatic incident or are victims of a crime.
Okay. Why do y'all take children to be interviewed at the Children's Advocacy Center by a forensic interview?
We take the children to the Children's Advocacy Center to be interviewed because, as per LPD policy, we do not interview children that were victims of a crime or they're suspects of a crime. We only interview children as witnesses only.
Okay. So if a child is a victim, you all...
We don't, none of the officers interview the children at all.
Okay. Why is it important for a child to be interviewed by a forensic interviewer?
It's important for them to be a forensic interviewer because children, are very susceptible to being directed, as far as, being told what to say and stuff. And the forensic interviewer is trained to ask specific questions about, and in a specific way, about things that might have happened to the child.
Have you ever done a forensic interview?
Yes, I have several times.
Okay. What do forensic interviews consist of?
His name is Jesus.
The forensic interview consists of, first of all, the forensic counselor establishing rapport with the child, making the child feel very comfortable with them and everything, that they're in a safe environment, that they can speak freely, that nobody is going to be pressuring them or making them feel nervous. It starts with a question and answer, and it also includes, role playing with anatomically correct dolls, and also pictures of the anatomically correct body of a little girl or little boy.
Let me stop you there, because you used the word anatomical doll. What's an anatomical doll?
An anatomical doll is a doll of a little girl or a little boy that has all the body parts of the child, like the way the child sees herself, she sees the little doll.
And
Everything.
why do forensic interviewers use anatomical dolls?
A lot of times, depending on the age of the child, if the child is a very young age, like between 4 and 5, that their language development is barely coming up, the dolls help them to answer the questions that the forensic interviewer is asking them.
Okay. And you said an anatomical drawing. What's an anatomical drawing?
It's a drawing also like of the doll, but it's on a drawing, and they sometimes use that so that the child can point to the parts of their body that are their private parts.
Okay. And what's the time limit on a forensic interview?
There's really no time limit. It's just however long the child takes to tell what they need to tell or whatever they have to tell the forensic interviewer.
Okay. So you were investigating this alleged rape. After the interview of the child in this case, what information did you have?
Basically, the child did not outcry to any sexual abuse. The child was more saying everything that transpired during the incident with her mom and her dad.
What's an outcry?
And an outcry is when the child says that something has happened to him, like in sex abuse or and stuff.
In this case, after the child's forensic interview, what evidence did you have to go forward?
After the forensic interview, really didn't have any real evidence to follow up on because the child didn't give any specific. First of all, she didn't outcry to being sexually abused, and she didn't give any details that I could follow up as to the allegation.
Okay. And based on your training experience, what did you do after that?
After I finished my investigation and everything, I proceeded to staff the case with the MDT.
Okay. The MDT, what is the MDT?
The MDT is the multidisciplinary team, which is a community team made up of the district attorney's office, the county attorney's office, the Laredo Police Department, CPS, the forensic interviewers, and the forensic counselors from the Children's Advocacy Center.
And when you present a case at the multidisciplinary team with these different agencies of the community, how are they staffed?
We present the case to the district attorney's office. I present whatever evidence I have on the case, what was found out from the case. They also hear from the forensic interviewer as far as the interview of the child, and they also hear from CPS on their investigation, what they learned from their investigation.
Okay. What was the decision on this case?
After everything was presented, the multidisciplinary team came back with insufficient evidence, and they went ahead and closed the case.
Okay. And based on your training experience, why do you believe the multidisciplinary team closed the case for that reason?
The reason that they closed it was because the child didn't outcry to any sex abuse.
And when you mean the child didn't outcry to any abuse, what do you mean by that?
That during the forensic interview, the child never stated that she had been inappropriately touched or that anything had happened to her in a sexual manner.
Pass the witness, Your Honor.
Sergeant Vaquera, good morning.
Good morning, sir.
Sir, can you give me the definition of an outcry?
I'm sorry?
Can you give me the definition of an outcry?
I would say just saying something had happened or something has occurred.
It would be the first person that the child makes a outcry to, right?
Yes, sir.
Okay, who was that first person?
I believe it was Mr. Delgado.
Okay, so there was an outcry made, correct?
Yes, sir.
Okay, because I think you told the jury there was no outcry. There was an outcry made, correct?
Yes, sir.
All right. Did anybody go and attempt to interview Billy Delgado concerning the outcry?
No, sir.
Okay, do you know who the alleged perpetrator is?
Yes, sir.
Who is it?
I believe it was an uncle
An uncle, whose uncle? On the paternal side or on the maternal side?
on the maternal side.
Okay. And did you go interview that uncle?
I attempted to interview him, but I was unable to interview him.
Okay, so you never even made an attempt to interview the alleged perpetrator. You don't even know what he's gonna tell you. He may confess to you, right?
But I didn't have anything to really question him on, sir.
You had an outcry.
We had an outcry, but the child had to be interviewed first to corroborate that outcry.
And can you tell us how old the child was?
I believe she was like 4 or 5.
She's 4 years old, and she's scared. She's alone. Was her mom with her? Was her dad with her? Was her paternal grandmother or maternal grandmother with her during the interview?
No parents are allowed on the interview.
You're talking about a 4-year-old who doesn't make a statement to CPS, and therefore there's nothing to go on, right?
Yes, sir.
Okay. And can you give us, did you even do a criminal history on this alleged perpetrator?
No, sir.
Okay. Are you aware that Erica's brothers
Objection, Your Honor. May we approach?
Okay. So did you do a background check on the alleged perpetrator?
No, sir.
So the investigation ended right there, correct?
Yes, sir.
Okay. So the finding is that not that it didn't happen, right?
Yes, sir.
Just that you don't have, because the child didn't tell you something, it ends with that, correct?
Yes, sir.
Okay, so you don't know the alleged perpetrator had a criminal history, had done this before, was going to confess to you, right?
Yes, sir.
Okay, did the decision that you didn't continue the investigation have anything to do with that Erica's family is related to a district judge in this courtroom? This
No,
courthouse?
sir. No, sir. No, sir.
Had nothing to do with that?
No, sir.
All right, so was it a brother of Erica's or was it an uncle of Erica's?
It was a brother.
A brother. So that relationship with the district judge at this courthouse had nothing to do with it.
To the relevance of this, Your Honor.
I'll suspend objection.
What was can you tell us what the decision was to terminate the investigation?
The case was presented to the MDT, and based on the outcome of the forensic interview, that's what the multidisciplinary team made the decision.
So a 4-year-old makes no statement and it ends there, right? Basically.
Yes, sir.
Okay. Judge, I have no further questions of this witness.
Some states, parents don't have to be in the.
And Sergeant Vaquera, I'm going to ask you,
In the interview room.
is there a difference between
Wisconsin
outcry and
is
an
one of
outcry
them.
witness?
Yes, there is.
What's the difference between an outcry and an outcry witness?
An outcry witness has already been interviewed, and there has been established that something did occur, that something did happen to that person. On an outcry, it's like a third party, a hearsay that we're getting from somebody saying that the victim told them that this had occurred.
Okay. Now, I'm going to ask you, it was asked about it was mentioned how the child was alone during the interview. She was by herself when she was getting interviewed by this trained professional. Why are parents not allowed to be with the child while they're getting interviewed by a forensic interviewer?
It's so that the child will feel more comfortable, so the child won't feel pressured, because we all know that small children, when asked questions by a stranger or somebody they don't know, they automatically turn and look at the parents to see, whether they're answering like they're supposed to or not. They ask for approval from the parents. So to avoid the child having that pressure or stress on them, it's the reason that no parents or grandparents are allowed in the interview room.
Based on your training and experience, when there's no outcry made during a forensic interview, what are you supposed to do?
If we don't have any other evidence or facts to follow, you know, I don't feel that we need to bring in a person to ask them for what, or accuse them of what, if I don't have any other facts to go on. So.
Okay.
Why? Because you said ain't? Doesn't make you hood. It makes you southern. Well, I keep saying you sound southern.
Now, after you did the forensic interview and you discovered that there was no outcry, what, if anything, would you have to talk with about to this potential suspect in your investigation?
If anything, is just bring him in and just tell him that an allegation was being made, and if he had anything to say in regards to it. But
So-
but if
So who made that allegation?
the allegation was done by the defendant.
And what do you have to corroborate that?
Nothing, because I don't have any follow up from the child to what she told him.
Pass the witness.
Sir, is it normal for you not to interview the alleged perpetrator?
We make the attempt,
Do
sir,
you want me to
but
use
if he
ChatGPT to answer that?
ChatGPT has entered the courtroom. What was that?
Okay.
we make the attempt to contact the suspects on all cases, but if they do not call back or do not respond to us, there's nothing we can really do.
So you don't go knock on their door?
We attempt to, and we attempt to call him and everything, but if he doesn't respond back, I mean, there's nothing more we can really do. We can't force him to come in.
That's all I have this witness, Judge.
Nothing further, Your Honor.
You didn't hear that?
And everything, but if he doesn't respond back, I don't have any follow up from the child to what she told him.
Pass the witness.
Sir, is it normal for you not to interview the alleged perpetrator?
We make the attempt,
Do
sir,
you want me to
but
use
if he
ChatGPT to answer that?
Uh-oh. Okay.
we make the attempt to contact the suspects on all cases, but if they do not call back or do not respond to us, there's nothing we can really do.
So you don't go knock on their door?
We attempt to, and we attempt to call them and everything, but if he doesn't
The defense asked him a question and Chat GPT said, would you like Chat GPT to answer that? What, are we on recess? What?
May we approach trial?
The next witness, that should be close to 10 o'clock.
All rise for the jury.
caught up to the live. Uh-oh, Trouble's awake. Did you have a nice nap? What's up? What's up, baby? Come here. Come here. No? Okay. See, Court TV, as she picked up their daughter. That's why I thought the kid was in the car. She was going there to pick her up. But she didn't pick her up. She never even got out of the car. That's why I thought she was in the car. Dang it. Why does my laptop always do this? Okay, now I gotta set up an afternoon. Good, she needs it. I've not seen anything about her at all. But who? She's crazy. What? She got fired, so she shot her boss? Is that what happened with her? That's crazy. So I'm thinking. Okay. I'm thinking they're gonna go to lunch around 1. I'm trying to figure out what time to make the afternoon stream. Why are you barking at me? You got a problem? What's your problem, little girl? You want to sit in my lap? No? What do you want? You gotta go potty? No? Why are you staring at me? What? Oh, she stabbed her. Did she die? $15 times? Oh my gosh. That's insane. What, beautiful? What can I do for you? What can I do for my sweet girl? Huh? What can I do for you? Just staring at me isn't helping. I can't read your mind. She's looking at me like, you know what I want, mommy. You know what I want. You know. You know. There's no more in my drawer. There isn't. I took them all out and put them in the big cookie jar. There's not. I promise you, I would not lie to you. There are no cookies in my drawer anymore. There's not. I took them out. Well, good for that customer. Who knows who she might have attacked next? Don't start doing that, Belle. What did I say?
You have a seat in the courtroom. You may call your next witness.
Bill. Support.
The state calls Dr. Mederos to the stand, Your Honor.
I apologize.
Good morning, sir. Would you raise your right hand? You do solemnly swear the evidence in the testimony to give in this cause to be the truth, so help you God.
Yes, I do.
Just have a seat. Adjust that microphone, make it comfortable. You may proceed.
Thank you, Your Honor. Thank you, Your Honor. Can you please state your name for the record?
Ivan Medeiros,
And where do you reside?
in Laredo,
How are you employed?
by the Laredo Medical Center.
Okay. And what position do you hold there?
I'm a staff general surgeon at the hospital.
And could you briefly tell us a little bit about your educational background and your professional training that qualifies you as a medical doctor?
Yes, I earned a bachelor's degree from the University of Miami in 1983. I earned a medical doctor's degree from Wake Forest in 1988. I then went on to New York, where I trained with the Catholic Medical Center at Jamaica Queens, Crown Heights, Brooklyn, and New York Hospital for 5 years doing my surgical residency. After that, I became board certified in 1994. I've been in Texas since 1993, 4 years at Corpus Christi Naval Hospital, and I've been in Laredo since 1997.
And I'm sorry, you may have said it, but you're licensed to practice medicine in
I am licensed to practice medicine in Texas since 1994.
1994, okay. And generally, what does your practice consist of?
It consists of general surgical practice to include gastrointestinal diseases, breast cancer, and I take trauma call 1 week out of the month for the Laredo Medical Center.
And do you belong to any professional organizations?
I belong to the American College of Surgeons.
Have you testified before as an expert?
I have not.
During the course of your duties as a medical doctor, have you examined and treated individuals with injuries?
Yes, I have.
How about gunshot wounds?
Yes.
How about gunshot wounds to the abdomen?
Yes.
Has this been on a few or many occasions?
I don't have the exact number, but I would say many occasions.
And generally, what type of injuries do you see in your field?
The most common is really blunt injury, motor vehicle accident, but we do see a fair share of gunshot wounds and stab wounds.
And then on June 1st, 2024, did you examine Erica Torres?
I did.
When and where did this occur?
This occurred at the emergency room at the Laredo Medical Center.
And how did Erica Torres come to you at the emergency room at Laredo Medical Center?
She arrived by ambulance as a trauma code.
Can you explain to us what trauma code means?
A trauma code is activated when somebody is severely injured and has a life-threatening injury.
I'm sorry, can you say that again?
It has a life-threatening injury.
Life-threatening injuries.
Yeah,
And do you observe any injuries on Erica?
absolutely.
What injuries did you observe on Erica Torres?
She had 3 gunshot wounds to the abdomen. She had a gun wound to the right thigh, and she had a gunshot wound to the left hand.
Can you describe these injuries a little bit for us in detail?
Yes, they're holes that are made by bullets that are very typical. She also had a fracture of the, I believe it was the right ankle with deformity. In addition to that, she was extremely hypotensive. That means low blood pressure. She lost consciousness within a short period of time of arriving to the emergency room.
Now, I'm going to ask the court permission for something in a bit, but if I were to ask you to step down and be able to, we actually have a diagram here for demonstrative purposes for the jury. If I were to ask you to step down and mark the injuries where you observed them on the diagram, would you be able to do that for us?
I can.
Your Honor, may I ask permission from the court for the witness to step down and be able to show the jury on the diagram where the injuries he observed on Erica Torres?
Please do, Doctor.
Okay.
So this is the diagram, doctor. Here's a marker. Can you please mark the injuries that you observed on Erica Torres that day where you were treating her? And does that include the fractured ankle?
It does not. These are the actual gunshot wounds that I observed. She had 2 here, 1 here. This was a pull-through on the thigh, and she had a pull-through on the hand. That's why I marked on the other side. The ankle, it was the right or left ankle, but basically you saw the forward of the ankle. It wasn't straight, it was crooked to the side.
Thank you, Dr. Mederos. You can take a seat. Thank you. And at this time, Judge, I would like to admit this as State Exhibit 1 for demonstrative purposes for the jury. Objection. No objection. Demonstrative.
Okay, it's admitted.
Just for the record, Judge, I put 1 demonstrative. Did Erica Torres describe how and when these injuries were inflicted?
She could not.
Why not?
She came in screaming in pain, and like I said, shortly after arriving, she lost consciousness due to the low blood pressure.
What treatment did you perform on Erica Torres?
She was resuscitated in the ER as much as possible while we called the operating room team in. This was on a Sunday afternoon. She got blood transfusion, other blood products, saline, taken to surgery. Her blood pressure went as low as 42. Normal systolic should be 120, and she was not conscious.
What's the significance for about her blood pressure being that, I guess, that low at 42?
It indicates ongoing internal hemorrhage.
Internal hemorrhage. And if that were left be untreated, what may happen?
She would die.
Was there a specific procedure you performed on her?
Yes, she was taken to surgery and she underwent what's called a damage control laparotomy.
Laparotomy. And can you explain to the jury what a laparotomy is?
Yes, a laparotomy is when we open up the abdomen to look inside and, in her case, control the damage and specifically stop the bleeding.
And why perform this procedure on her?
Because if we didn't stop the bleeding, she would have been dead.
How many laparotomies, and I hope I didn't butcher that, how many laparotomies did you perform on Erica Torres?
2.
Can I ask why twice?
Yes, so the goal of the first laparotomy is to stop hemorrhage and stabilize the patient. She was very unstable. She has something called metabolic acidosis. Her pH was 7.85. Normal pH should be 7.4. Below 7.2, you start having problems with myocardial contraction, and she was at risk of dying. So you need to stop the bleeding, continue resuscitation in the intensive care unit, normalize her body temperature, and then we can come back and treat additional injuries.
And at what pH level did you just say that?
6.85.
And what was hers?
No, sorry, that was her pH. The normal should be 7.4.
Okay. And anything below that?
Anything below 7.2 is critical.
Okay. And then after you performed the laparotomy on Erica Torres, what did you do with Erica Torres?
We sent it to ICU to continue resuscitation.
Okay. And up to this point, since you received her and you've done all this up to this point, what were her chances of survival?
I would say less than 50%.
How about what were her chances of survival without the treatment that you had done?
100%.
I'm sorry?
100%. She would have died.
She would have died. Okay. Now, Dr. Mederos, are you generally familiar with the legal definition of serious bodily injury?
Yes.
Okay. And so, is it your understanding then that serious bodily injury means bodily injury that creates a substantial risk of death or that causes death, serious permanent disfigurement, or protracted loss or impairment of the function of any bodily member or organ?
Yes.
That's your understanding?
Yes.
Okay. Now, keeping that definition in mind, do you have an opinion as to whether or not the injuries inflicted on Erica Torres constituted serious bodily injury?
Yes, the only thing she didn't do was die. She had everything else that you mentioned.
All three?
All three.
Thank you, doctor. Now, on her medical report, and just for the record, Judge, it states Exhibit 2, it has been pre-admitted into evidence already. I might need the EE or elbow, I'm not sure what it's called for this. Just real quick, may I approach a witness?
Yes.
Thank you, Judge. Are you familiar with State's Exhibit 2?
Yes.
And what is that?
This is the medical record that you have obtained.
Okay. Pertaining to?
The treatment of Erica Torres.
Thank you. And you're familiar with these records?
Yes.
So, on the medical report, aside from a gunshot wound of abdomen, we also see something called traumatic hemorrhagic
Shock.
shock. Okay. Can you explain to me what that is?
Yes, the word shock refers to where you have inadequate blood flow to the organs to supply the required oxygen and nutrients it needs. So you start having organ dysfunction.
And did you treat her for this?
Yes, we did.
If you had not treated her for this, it was left untreated, what could have happened to Erica Torres?
She would have died.
I'm going to refer on the medical report on State's Exhibit 7. Specifically, we're looking at page 17. right here, doctor, and you could probably recall it, but based on the medical report, how much blood did Erica Torres use?
It states there that she received 11 units of packed RBCs, which is red blood cells, 3 units of platelets, and 3 units of fresh frozen plasma.
Okay, I'm sorry. So the question was, doctor, how much blood did she use?
Did she lose?
Yes.
I estimated 4 liters.
You estimated 4 liters?
Yes.
And so did that mean she had to be replenished with blood?
That's her whole blood volume.
I'm sorry?
That is her whole blood volume.
Was she replenished with any blood?
Yes.
Yes, how much?
The 11 units of blood and 3 units of platelets and 3 units of plasma.
And you mentioned that she lost 4 liters of blood.
Yes.
How serious is that?
To qualify as class 4 shock, which is the worst, all you need to lose is 40% of your blood volume. In total, she lost her whole blood volume, which is 4 liters.
So, what impact to Erica Torres' life expectancy did these injuries that she sustained have on her?
I think
In your experience.
Yeah, in my experience, long term, she's going to have difficulties the rest of her life.
Okay, like what exactly?
She has severe damage to her intestines. She had damage to the pancreas. The pancreas is the main gland in the abdomen that makes the enzymes to digest. She lost a large amount of small intestine, which is where you need to absorb nutrients. She lost, at least while she was here, half of her colon, which has to do with fluids reabsorption. And I don't know how much was left after her multiple surgeries in San Antonio. Because she had, on my last operation, still areas that were ischemic. That means that we weren't getting enough blood supply.
You mentioned that she lost a good portion of her intestines.
Yes.
Is there a specific medical term for that?
Yes, when they lose so much small intestine, they get something called short gut syndrome, where the intestine that's left doesn't have the ability to absorb enough fluid or nutrients to sustain her.
And what can that result in?
Malnutrition, vitamin deficiencies.
Now, what impact in regards to Erica Torres' quality of life would these injuries have on her?
The result will be if she recovers enough and the intestines adapt where she can eat, she will always have problems with chronic diarrhea, and she's at risk of having problems with bowel obstruction. And that's pretty much.
Will she require future medical needs?
I think the rest of her life she would need to be monitored for these problems.
How so?
Well, they need to monitor her vitamins, make sure that she has enough vitamin B12 and enough vitamin D, etc. They need to monitor her albumin to make sure is nutritionally stable.
And had you, Dr. Mederos, not treated Erica Torres, again, what could have happened to her?
She would have been dead.
With injuries that you saw you treated, would this affect the ability for Erica Torres to have a family in the future?
I do not know that thing so yet.
Now, in your medical opinion, Dr. Mederos, do you feel that Erica Torres will?
No.
And then a couple more questions before I wrap up, Doctor. So again, you said you're familiar with and just to clarify, you're familiar with the legal definition of serious bodily injury. Bodily injury that creates a substantial risk of death or that causes death. Based on your treatment and the injuries that you observed at Yonder Torres.
Judge, I'm going to object. She's already asked and answered this question about serious bodily injury.
All right, sustain.
Pass a witness.
Good morning, doctor.
Morning.
How long have you worked here in Laredo?
I've been here 27 years.
27 years. So you established a relationship with law enforcement?
I don't have any relationship with law enforcement.
Did you testify for them?
I have never testified for them.
In court, have you ever testified for the prosecution?
Never. First time.
This is your first time?
Yes.
So you don't receive any money as a
I don't
stipend?
receive any money whatsoever.
Are you a forensic, do you hold a degree in forensics?
I do not.
Could you tell, since you don't have certification in forensics, I mean, are those entry? I mean, you can't determine whether those are entry or exit wounds?
The bullet wounds, I don't know if they're entry or entrances.
Exit or entries, right?
That's correct.
Okay. So, depends on may I approach on?
Sure.
So it just depends on the shape of her position, how the body was situated. So we could have whether the bullets were coming from an angle, going straight, going up. We can't tell exactly how many gunshot wounds there is.
And that doesn't concern me. I'm only concerned about what I can fix and what I need to fix to save her life.
So you have no testimony to how many how many actual shots were entered and exited the body, but you can say that those are this.
Yes. You want me to answer?
And as we see her on the ankle, that is not a bullet wound, right?
That is correct.
Okay. That tends to show that would be some type of injury from maybe an automobile accident, right?
She was in an automobile accident.
And you know that how?
I know that from the EMS report.
Now, did the EMS reports tell you that her airbag didn't deploy?
I do not know that.
Okay. So, I mean, there could have been some injuries caused by the steering wheel, correct?
Not the bullet wounds, no.
Not the bullet wounds, but there could be other injuries that caused.
The only one she had was the ankle.
Okay. But you couldn't tell from the abdomen because of the bullet wounds, right?
No, there was no evidence of blunt trauma to the abdomen or chest.
Did you examine
I examined her, of course I
blunt
did.
trauma?
Yes.
Okay. So going over 30 miles an hour, hitting your steering wheel we don't know if she's wearing a seatbelt or not.
She did not have any ecchymosis in the chest. Her chest actually did not show any rib fractures. There was no blunt injury to the solid organs, which is the liver, the spleen. Those are the organs that will be affected.
Did you see her seatbelt was on?
I did not see any of that, no.
Like what would you call it?
I did not see a mark.
A mark. Okay. Why did it take? How long did it take before she started surgery?
I don't know the exact time.
Okay. I think it's according to my summary of the reports. It's like 2 hours. Would that be right?
I don't know the exact time.
Do you know why it would take so long?
It's Sunday afternoon. We have an on-call crew. That means that they have to be activated. They have to physically come into the hospital and set up the OR.
Okay. That could be one of the reasons.
Yes.
Okay. You made a comment about lasting injuries, but this was your limited time with Miss Erica here was the surgery that you performed, right?
Yes.
Okay, and then I believe, if my summary is correct, she exited the hospital like the next day or the day after?
She was transferred to the University Hospital after the second operation.
Okay. And after that, you never saw her again?
Not until a few minutes ago.
Okay. And you have no, you didn't perform any more surgeries in San Antonio or anything like that?
No, I did not.
So you don't know the extent of her rehabilitation by those surgeries that were done in San Antonio?
That's correct.
No, but I'm
Thank
sure
you.
they're
That's
gonna
all I
call
have,
the
Judge.
person that does.
No further witness for Dr. Medeiros, Judge.
Okay, not subject to recall either side.
I mean, this is not from the bench.
Not from the state, Judge.
All right, doctor, thank you for coming over. You are excused, not subject to recall.
Thank you.
Your next witness.
Yes, Judge, the state calls Rebecca Lloyd Stanley.
Has she been sworn?
No, she has not, Judge. She
Okay. And you do solemnly swear the You may proceed.
Good morning.
Can you please state your name for the record?
My name is Rebecca Lloyd, REBEKAHLLOYD.
And where do you reside?
I work for Texas DPS Crime Lab in Austin, Texas, in the trace evidence section.
Thank you for coming out. What is your occupation?
I am a forensic scientist.
How long have you been employed in that occupation?
9 years.
What are your job duties?
I process, preserve, identify, and/or compare trace evidence, which could include, but not limited to, gunshot primer residue, glass, etc. I also prepare technical reports and interpret results of analysis and testify in court as an expert when needed.
And what formal education do you have?
I have a Bachelor of Science in Chemistry and a Bachelor of Arts in Criminal Justice from the University of Texas at San Antonio.
Have you received any additional specialized training in discipline of gunshot residue analysis?
I have internal training with Texas DPS and also external training as well.
Has any of this training been specific to gunshot residue testing?
Yes, it has.
Is your laboratory accredited?
Yes, it is.
Is this accrediting organization recognized by the Texas Forensic Science Commission?
Yes, it is.
And what accrediting organization accredits your laboratory?
It's American National Standards Institute National Accreditation Board.
And is this accreditation recognized and accepted internationally?
Yes, it is.
Have you been proficiency tested in this scope or discipline?
Yes, I have.
When was the last time you were proficiency tested, and what were the results of the test?
A test with results was last year with passing, and I just took another test a couple weeks ago, but it hasn't gone through yet.
So are you licensed as a forensic analyst by the Texas Forensic Science Commission?
Yes, I am.
What did licensing require?
For continuing, we should have continuing education to continue to keep our license as 32 hours, and that could include going to conferences, get hands-on training in the particular field that you are in as well.
Your Honor, the expert has a demonstrative, but it's only going to be used for demonstrative purposes only.
Okay.
To help the jury.
Can
Can we publish it?
Yes.
What is primary DSR?
As you see in the top left image, you have a cartridge. The top of that cartridge is the bullet. Inside of the cartridge is gunpowder, and the back of that cartridge is the primer cup. Housed in that primer cup is a mixture. And that mixture is, as you see in the middle top image, has lead stiffenate, which is the initiator, barium nitrate, which is the oxidizer, it releases the oxygen, and then antimony sulfide, which is the fuel. So when a firing pin of a gun strikes the back of that cartridge, it activates that shock-sensitive primer, which ignites the gunpowder, which propels that bullet down the barrel of a gun. The heat and pressure within that cartridge vaporizes all those metals, as you see in the top right two images. And that vapor can land on a person's hands, their clothing, or any objects or persons nearby.
And what is it designed to collect?
It will collect, if you see at the bottom left image, there's a fill kit. Housed in that fill kit are usually two plastic containers, one usually labeled right hand, the other usually labeled left hand. Inside one plastic container, as you can see, is a metal disc, and on top of that metal disc is a black adhesive, so it's sticky. So say you take the left one that says left hand, you open the plastic container, you stub the person's outside as you see, you flip their hand over, you stub their palms and fingertips, and sometimes the webs as well. You will cap it back and then do the same with the right hand, and then that kit will get mailed to the lab.
And have you testified before as an expert witness in the scope discipline of gunshot residue?
Yes, I have.
How many occasions?
Many times.
Does this include such expert testimony in the courts of this county?
I have not had the opportunity in this county.
Let me show you what has been marked in States Exhibit 36. Do you recognize it?
Yes, I do.
What is it?
It is the laboratory gunshot residue analysis laboratory report.
How do you recognize it?
It has my name on the second page.
Did you create this report?
Yes, I did.
Does it have your findings?
Yes, it does.
I will now take you to the defense for any objections.
No objection.
At this time, Your Honor, the state would like to introduce State's Exhibit number 36 into evidence. And may we publish it?
Please.
Now, what materials were analyzed in this report?
There was a GSR kit analyzed.
And was the analysis conducted in accordance with the standards of forensic protocol?
Yes, it was.
What was the result of the analysis?
6 characteristic gunshot primer residue particles were confirmed on the GSR kit. This result is consistent with a person recently having A, discharged a firearm, B, been in immediate proximity of a firearm as being discharged, or C, come in contact with a surface that had gunshot primer residue particles on it. Did you want?
This confirms that a firearm was used.
Or one of those 3 results that I said.
Yesterday it was brought up by defense counsel when investigator Bala was doing the swabbing of the hands. Would bagging the hands affect the results, or not bagging the hands affect the results of the test?
Bagging, some agencies use a bagging of the hands is just an extra barrier of the hands to protect it from the environment. Sometimes they bag them if they're not going to collect the gunshot primer residue right then and there, and they will collect it some other time. At our lab, we have a 4-hour cutoff limit, so some people bag it, and the time cuts off right then and there. And then some people don't bag it. My results will still be the same, whatever I get.
So it wouldn't affect the results?
No, it wouldn't.
Would you happen to know who the GSR grants were from?
The kit was from a Billy Delgado.
That's the one, sir.
Ma'am, can I have your name again, please?
It's Rebecca Lloyd.
Ms. Lloyd, pleasure to meet you. I'm just gonna ask these questions just because the state, I think we all know who was shooting the weapon, but just to confirm your analysis, so the jury can understand. Your report states that that the GSR has to be, that you won't accept a sample after 4 hours, right?
Correct.
Does your report state what your error rate is?
No, it does not.
What is your error rate?
I have no mistake or errors. We have policies and procedures in place at our lab to correct anything that are mistakes or errors.
So you don't know if there's an error rate in your analysis, right?
In my analysis, no.
So what gives us an indication that your analysis is trustworthy?
Because we follow policies and procedures. We have standards, ASTM standards, which are American material standards that we follow that are followed by international as well.
So if an error is made because of those policies and procedures, there's not a plus or minus error rate that is attributable to most chemical analysis done by chemists or forensic doctors, right? We don't have that for your test.
It is not in my report.
Is it somewhere else in your notes?
No, it is not.
Is it in your policy manual?
No, there is no plus or minor error rates in our policy or manual.
Okay, the offense date was June 1st. Do you have it on your notes when the kit was submitted?
It is on the report. It was submitted to our Laredo Crime Lab, if I'm not mistaken, on January 7th.
Okay. The long storage, does it raise contamination risk?
No, it does not.
So the long storage doesn't dissipate any of the minerals?
No, as I showed, or as you see in that picture, it's on an adhesive and it is covered with a plastic container, so it is pretty preserved.
And what was the storage condition that it was in here in Laredo, if you know?
I do not know. I work in the Austin lab.
Okay. So you don't know how it's stored here, right?
No, they have a crime lab as well, and they store it in their vault.
At least that's what they're supposed to do, right?
Yes, and it's tracked. because we have our own specific case lab number that is tracked through our system.
That's at your lab.
No, it's the whole DPS as a system.
So where did this kit come from?
In our lab,
From Laredo or from your DPS office here in Laredo, Texas?
it came in via in person. I don't remember the person's name from the agency to the Laredo Crime Lab.
I don't understand. When they collected the forensic swabs, you're right, and then it gets to your place in January, right?
In the Laredo Crime Lab.
What do you mean in the Laredo Crime Lab?
So Texas DPS has 16 locations. One of them is Laredo Crime Lab, and I work in the Austin Crime Lab. So it was in the Laredo Crime Lab.
Okay, so it went from the Laredo Police Station to the Laredo Crime Lab?
Correct.
The DPS, okay, that's what I didn't understand. Okay, but it took 6 months to do that?
It came in at January 7th to the Laredo Crime Lab. We received it in Austin January 14th, if I'm not mistaken, the same year. And then I started my analysis on January 24th.
Okay, for 6 months it was stored here at the Laredo Police Department?
I do not know where it was before the crime lab.
Okay, so before January 7th, 2004, it arrived at the Laredo Crime Lab, you don't know where it was?
No, I do not, until it got to the crime lab.
You don't know how it was stored?
No, I do not.
Does your report state that the results could stem from non-firing sources?
It is in one of our definitions on the second page, if I'm not mistaken.
Because you only have 6 particles, right?
6 characteristics. So we have 2 categories that we classify gunshot primer residue. One is a characteristic and the other is indicative. Characteristic is 3 component. It has the lead, the barium, and the antimony. And we look at morphology. Morphology is how does that particle look, as you see in that bottom image on the right is how does that particle look? Is it molten or melty looking? It has pits and hot spots in it. The other category is indicative. It's a 2 component. It's that lead barium, lead antimony, or antimony barium plus morphology. I found 6 characteristics. And at our lab, we stop around 6 to 8 of confirming, because it doesn't matter if we find 1 characteristic versus 1,000, it's still the same result.
So your result is that that person who had the substance on his hands was exposed to some type of gunpowder, right?
Yes, or the results of those 6 results that I have, or the 3 conclusions that I wrote.
Okay. Can you distinguish from firecrackers or other types of items that have gunpowder?
Yes, particularly with fireworks, they usually have high levels of magnesium and aluminum, so we'll know if it's fireworks, especially the crock ring barrel type.
Okay. Your report does state that this could also be by a discharge, by being close to, being near someone to discharge a firearm, right?
Correct.
Just so the jury understands, I think they saw who discharged the firearm, but anyway, I appreciate all your answers to my questions. Ms. Lloyd?
Oh, yes, you're
That's all
welcome.
I have, Judge.
Yes, I know. I'm hard to hear if I talk during the video. All I said was no, they didn't have a clown, but they did have a cake. They had a cake, they sprayed silly string, and they let balloons go. Because this child, I forgot how old he was. I want to say it was his 7th birthday, not long after his death. And before they arrested her for his murder, she had a birthday party at the graveyard, at his gravesite. Does that woman, I'm going to look at Court TV. So they did have cameras, you said. I'm going to look and see if Court TV has that trial in the archives. that would be a good one. Well, I don't know though. She killed little kids. Maybe not.
Judge, we have no further questions, but we would like to admit the demonstrative states exhibit number 2 as demonstrative only.
I think so.
Any objection?
What was the judge in here?
What's on the screen, the demonstrative,
That might be right, because I'm thinking that he turned 7 not long after he died, and that was his 7th birthday party.
I'd object, Judge. It doesn't have any relevancy. She testified to certain things, but I can't tell from there.
okay, I'll overrule the objection, it's admitted. Subject to recall or not, anybody? Hearing none, you're excused, not subject to recall. Next one is with
Inés Terrazas, sir.
Yes, ma'am, let me hear because of the ambulance. What's the next one?
Inés Terrazas.
She been sworn in.
I don't think she has to.
Would you raise your right hand, please? You do solemnly swear the evidence in the testimony you're giving this cause to be the truth, so help you God? Yes. Now, have a seat over here. Proceed, Judge. Please.
Good morning.
Good morning.
Can you please say your name for the record?
Inés Edith Terrazas.
Terraza, are you employed?
Yes.
What do you do for a living?
I'm an operations manager
From where?
for auto truck transport.
From where, I'm sorry?
For auto truck transport.
Is that here in Laredo, Texas?
Yes, sir. We're located on Mile 13.
Oh, okay. Do you have a family?
Yes, I do.
Because it's how many members?
My oldest daughter, Erica Torres, and I have 3 boys.
And their names?
Miguel Torres Jr., Luis Emanuel Torres, and Christian Ivan Torres.
And what are their ages?
My daughter is 32. Erica Torres is 32. Miguel is 30. Luis is 27, and Christian is 26.
Okay. And are you married?
Yes, I am.
Okay. Do you have any grandkids?
I have 2 granddaughters from my oldest daughter, Erica,
And their names?
Anabella Cortez and Esmeralda Delgado.
And how old are they?
Anabella is 11 right now, and Esmeralda turned 5.
And does Esmeralda have a nickname, or she goes by Esmeralda?
And she goes by Emmy.
By Amy. Ms. Terrazas, do you know the defendant in this case?
Yes,
What's his name?
Billy Delgado.
And how do you know him?
He was married to my daughter
Okay. When did he marry your daughter?
in 2021.
Rachel, and we're talking about Erica Torres, right?
Yes, sir.
Are they still married?
No, they're no longer married.
Do you know when they got divorced?
Their divorce was finalized in 2025.
2025.
Excuse me, I'm sorry.
Do you know the exact date?
No, sir. I'm not the exact date. I know it was in 2025.
How long have you known the defendant, Billy Delgado?
Since 2018.
Since 2018. And you said they got married when again?
In 2021.
They were divorced in 2025.
Yes.
You just don't remember the month.
No.
Okay, that's fine. Can you describe the relationship between your daughter Erica Torres and the defendant Billy Delgado?
It was unhealthy.
And that's based on your personal knowledge?
Yes.
Okay, can you tell the jury how or what you mean by unhealthy?
They had arguments. They argued back and forth.
Did you ever notice them fight physically?
No, sir, I never saw them fight physically.
Either Erica or Billy Delgado?
Neither of them.
Let me refer your attention to June 1st, 2024, Saturday. Do you remember that day?
Yes, sir.
Okay, can you tell the jury what happened on that day?
On June 1st, I was at work. It was my weekend to work.
And what happened next?
I had spoken to my daughter earlier, like around at 11 o'clock.
Is that a...
Yes, 11 a.m. And we had made arrangements to meet later on during the day after I had gotten out of work. I wanted.
When were you supposed to get out of work?
It depends on when we finish, it varies depending on the time of when we finish dispatching. I want to say that maybe around I'm not sure if it was a little bit after 1 when I was getting ready to wrap up and making sure everything had been dispatched. I received a phone call from Billy Delgado's mom, Miss Delgado, and I answered the phone, and Miss Delgado is on the phone, and she's frantic, and she's yelling.
And where did you find that on that conversation, on that phone call?
She's yelling that Billy shot Erica, and I kind of was confused at the beginning because I didn't understand what she was telling me.
When you heard those words, how did that make you feel? Or what was going through your head?
I was scared because how did she get shot? What was the condition?
Okay, what happened next?
I asked her what happened, and she's still saying Billy shot Erica.
I know it's already been, a lot of it's in evidence, but
Okay, so after you got that call from Billy's mom, and you hung up, what happened next?
I received a call from my niece Kayla,
Okay.
and
Find out on that phone call.
Kayla confirmed. She tells me, "Tia, Billy shot Erica."
Without saying what they
just
said to
on
you,
that phone
what did you learn
Yes.
from the phone call?
Thank you. Okay, so you got a phone call from the defendant's
Dang,
mom, and
I need to
Kayla
be a lawyer.
letting you know what had happened to your daughter. After that, what happened next?
I'm trying to leave work so that I can find out what's going on. At the time, neither of them were able to give me any explanation as far as where the incident happened, what had happened, and the condition of my daughter, and where my granddaughter was, because she was in Billy Delgado's possession.
And by granddaughter, you mean who?
Esmeralda.
And at that time, on Saturday, June 1st, 2024, where do you think Amy was? Where's Esmeralda was?
I knew that she was with her father, with Billy Delgado.
Okay, and what happened next time?
I'm driving, I'm headed to what I thought, since I did not have all of the information, I thought, where do I go? So as I'm leaving, I'm trying to get a hold of her father to tell her what they're telling me.
Whose father?
Erica Torres. I'm calling her
What's his name for the record?
Miguel Torres.
Okay.
I'm trying to get a hold of him so I can let him know what's going on. He doesn't answer the phone. I'm trying to get a hold of my sister Mayela to let her know that.
Okay, Wiggles. Last trial, because of the name Ali, I kept singing songs from Aladdin. This time, there's an Esmeralda, so now I'm singing songs from Hunchback. It's all your fault, Wiggles. All of it.
I need her, to come, not let my mom find out what's going on because she's elderly. I receive another phone call from Mr. Delgado's mother, again.
Okay, and without stating what she told you, what did you find out after that phone call?
She just repeats, the same thing. And then she tells me that her sister, Vanessa Flores, is going to be taking Emmy. And I tell her that that's fine. Then I know that Esmeralda is okay. And I receive a phone call from Kayla, and she tells me that they're taking Erica to LMC, to head to LMC.
So once you find out about LMC, what did you do next?
I try again to get a hold of Erica's father, Miguel Torres. I finally am able to get a hold of him, and I let him know that they just tell me that Erica has been shot. I don't know her condition. I don't know where she was shot, but that they're taking her to LMC and he needs to get to LMC. And
after you talk to him and you let him know about LMC, what happened next?
I get to LMC. As I'm pulling up to LMC, I see the ambulance through the emergency room entrance. And
That time, Rosa was going through your head.
I don't know what condition my daughter is in, and I don't know if she's alive.
You arrived to LMC or?
I went through the emergency into the back, and they can't give me information, so and I have to wait. And then after a few minutes, they finally let me into the back. And when I go into the back, into the waiting area that they have, my oldest son is already there because he got there first. And he tells me that he saw them wheel her in the bed, and that she was bleeding, that she looked very pale.
Mr. After that time, did you have any answers or not yet?
No, they couldn't tell us anything. The doctor had not come out to talk to us or anything. We were waiting in the waiting area.
Okay, and what happened next?
After a few minutes waiting there in the waiting area, we go ahead and let the officers know that my granddaughter at the time was there at Mr. Delgado's apartment and that we needed somebody to go and pick her up, that she was with her aunt, Vanessa Flores.
And you remember the time, more or less, when this was happening?
No.
Was it in the afternoon, evening?
It was already in the afternoon. It was after 1 o'clock.
Okay, and so once you told the officer about Amy's whereabouts, what happened next?
We're sitting in the waiting area, and I remember a doctor coming out to tell us that she's bleeding out, that they are trying to control the bleeding, and that is their major problem right now. And he does tell us that he doesn't think that she'll make it through the surgery.
And once you heard those news, Mr. Rasa, what was going through your head? What were you feeling?
Because you don't have any control over that. What do you think? What can you do? So we were praying, that God does something, a miracle.
Mr. Rasa, you specify that you only have one daughter?
I only have one daughter, yes.
What is your relationship with, before this incident, what was your relationship with Erica?
I have a very close relationship with my daughter.
Okay, so justify that you were also were going through your head. What happened next?
To the second floor. They were going to continue the surgery from the emergency area to the second floor.
Were you able to see after the emergency?
No. They were trying to do it because they would not let us in to see her at all.
Did you see her the following day?
Saturday in the night after the surgery, when the doctor came out.
Where did you see her at?
They're in the ICU.
So when you saw her for the first time, after the incident, or after the crime, what was going on?
Well, praying. She's just lying there with all these tubes coming out of her.
Mr. Casas, on June 2nd, when you saw her for the first time, was she awake? Was she conscious?
No.
Okay, and what happened next?
The doctor tells us that they're gonna go back in. They're taking her back into surgery because she's bleeding.
Do you remember the doctor's name?
No.
Okay. So then they take her back, I guess, for another surgery, and what happened next?
You know, the doctor, every time someone goes into a surgery, you know, you always run that risk. Of course, she has a higher risk that, you know, she might not, they had already, you know, the night before, they didn't think she was even gonna make it the night before, through the night. So the fact that she had made it through the night is, you know, a big blessing. And
when the victim was taken to the hospital, who else was there in the waiting area, waiting to hear who else?
all her brothers were there. My mother, my sister, her father, her sisters on her father's side, all of her aunts and my nieces. We were all there praying for her.
Okay, so on Saturday, June 2nd, on Sunday, June 2nd, 2024, after she goes back for surgery, she comes out. What happened? What happened next?
They were able to, the doctor says that he was able to stabilize her, and they make the decision to have her airlifted to San Antonio.
Do you know more or less at what time was that on June 2nd?
It was around 6 o'clock.
AM or PM?
PM.
PM. Okay, so were they able to fly her to San Antonio?
Yes, she was airlifted to University Hospital in San Antonio.
Okay. What did you do next after she was airlifted?
That was Sunday night. Her father drove straight to San Antonio so that he could be there when she landed at University Hospital. I had to stay back and make arrangements for her older daughter Annabella and for her younger sister Esmeralda. I needed to get paperwork in order and everything with Child Protective Services so that I would be able to take her with me to San Antonio.
So when did you arrive to San Antonio?
I arrived to San Antonio on Monday around 11 in the morning.
And that'll be June 3rd, 2024?
Yes.
Okay, so once you were in San Antonio, what was Erica's status, health status?
She was still unconscious. When she arrived on Sunday, they had to immediately take her in again to surgery for the same. She was bleeding a lot. They had to give her a lot of transfusion. The first time I saw her in San Antonio on Monday, it was when they had brought her out from surgery because she had a surgery on Sunday night and then she went in again on Monday for a surgery.
So the first time you saw in San Antonio was on June 3rd?
Yes.
2024. What did you do when you were there? Did you do anything?
The first couple of days when we were there, since she was in and out of surgery, we were there, we were praying for her. There was just so many complications that were uprising from the injuries that she had sustained. You know, that every day was just something, it was up in the air, you know, if she was going to be okay or not.
Okay, I'm going to show you some pictures that were taken approach, Judge?
Yes.
I'm gonna show you the exhibits, 37 to 43. To 43. Can you review those pictures? Do you know who took those pictures?
I took those pictures.
Okay, and they're, again, just for the record, they're exhibits 37 to 43.
Yes.
You please review them and tell me if you recognize the location, the items on those pictures.
Yes, I recognize it's my daughter, Erica Torres.
Just a yes or no, if you recognize them. Okay.
Yes.
And are those pictures a fair and accurate depiction of the location and the items, the objects, as you observe them?
Yes.
Judge, I'm gonna tender those exhibits 37 to 43 to the defense for any objections. And again, you took those pictures?
Yes, sir.
I have an objection. Can I approach?
Yes.
Nope, closing arguments was yesterday. How long is it going to take them to review all the evidence? That's all they need. If that.
Remaining.
Okay, so for the record, state exhibits 37, 38, and 40 were admitted. May I use the old?
Yes.
Okay, Mr. Hassel, these pictures were taken by you on early June 3rd.
Yes.
This is state exhibit number 37. Who is that in the picture?
My daughter, Erica Torres.
And this was the first time you saw her at University Hospital, correct?
Yes.
Okay, what's going through your mind when you saw your daughter? You can take your time.
She's gonna pull through this and what kind of life she's gonna have for her girls.
Okay, I'm gonna show you the picture you also took in early June, which is state exhibit number 40. Was that the picture again?
My daughter, Erica Torres.
And what is this thing on her leg? Do you know?
It's a temporary cast for a double.
Okay. I'm gonna show you what's been marked as state exhibit number 38. Can you tell the jury what you see in this picture?
That is my daughter's abdomen after one of the surgeries when the nurses were going in for wound care.
Do you know what this is or what you see?
That is,
If you don't know, that's fine.
it's where they had connected her small intestine.
And do you know what this bag is?
That is for the secretion from the discharge from her insides.
And again, for the record, you took these pictures June 3rd, early June, right?
Yes, sir.
gonna show you other pictures that were taken on day 2. For the record, it's gonna be, I'm gonna show you what's been marked as exhibit number 47. 44 to 47. Can you please review those pictures?
Not for me, because that's what I did for work every day, but for some of you, it might be sensitive.
Who took those pictures, ma'am? For exhibits 44 to 47.
I took the pictures
Okay, and they were taken around when?
mid-June.
Okay, and so you recognize those pictures and you recognize the location, the items and the object in those photographs.
Yes, sir.
Are those pictures a fair depiction of the location, items, objects as you personally use?
Yes.
The defense, if there's any objections to the taking.
StreamYard, stop it. Four and a half months. How do they let them deliberate that long? I mean, at least it was a civil case, but still. Well, I'm not sensitive to this kind of stuff because, like I said, saw stuff like that every day. Well, I didn't work in ICU, but unless I got floated there when we were shorthanded.
Proceed.
Okay, so for the record, it's exhibit number 45 and 47. Now let me show you. I'm going to show you what's marked as exhibit number 45. Can you zoom out? Do you recognize this person in the picture?
Yes, my daughter, Erica Torres.
Okay, can you testify that these pictures were taken about mid-June, late June?
Yes, sir.
Correct? Okay. Can you tell the jury what you see in this picture?
My daughter, wound care nurses had come into the room to do wound care to all of the injuries that she had sustained.
Ms. Teresa, at this time, is your daughter still conscious or she's been out of conscious?
She's in and out of conscious due to the heavy medication she's on.
Were you able to, at this time, communicate with your daughter?
Very little. She has a trach in her neck, so she can't speak.
So if you will communicate with your daughter, how will you do it?
She would try to write. We had a eraser.
By trying.
She sustained a gunshot and she's a left-handed, so it was really difficult for her to write.
Okay. Now I'm going to show you what's been marked as exhibit number 47. also your daughter?
Yes, that is my daughter.
What do you see in her abdomen?
That is the opening of the surgery that she had sustained from when she went in the first time to the hospital.
Do you know what this thing is?
It's a mesh holding her intestines.
You know what this
It's an IV they have on her artery from her leg.
that she was also, her hand was hurt, right?
He's in and out of
That's the shot that she received to her
That's
left.
not a coma.
Is that related?
They just have her on heavy medicine for her pain.
I'm gonna show you exhibit number 45, Ms. Rosa. What do you see here? Can you tell the jury what you see here?
It is her lower pubic. She has a hole. It seemed like there was an exit from one of the bullets.
Okay, Ms. Rosa, so we're already on late June. How often will you visit your daughter at University Hospital all throughout June? Because I know, what were you reciting in June?
In June, the majority of the month of June, we were at University Hospital.
Okay, so, but you were still residing where in June?
In June, at the hospital.
Okay, so you moved from Laredo to San Antonio to be with your daughter?
Well, not moved, but I mean, I would sleep at the hospital every day.
Okay, and throughout the whole month of June, what burdens did you intake?
I had to take a leave of absence from my job. I had to make arrangements so that I could take care of her daughters. And I had to be there to be there with her.
Okay. And her other two daughters, where were they residing on June 2024?
During the time that I was at the hospital, Annabella and Esmeralda were residing with Annabella's father and his wife. They had helped us so that the girls could stay together.
At any time did Amy and the other daughter on June 2024 go and visit their mother, Erica?
They were not allowed to see her mom under the conditions that she was in.
Okay. Would they ask about their mother?
All the time.
What would you tell the daughters, your granddaughters?
I would tell them that their mom was doing good. Unfortunately, at the time when things happened, Emmy is very verbal, and when she saw her sister that she was picked up, she automatically told her sister that.
All right, Mr. Rosa. So now we're pretty much in July 2025. I believe you also took some pictures. I'm going to show you what's been marked as exhibit 50 through 52. I'm sorry, July 2024. Can you recognize those pictures?
Yes.
Okay, so from set exhibits 50 and 52, you recognize the location, the items, the objects on those pictures?
Yes.
Okay, and are those pictures a fair and accurate depiction of the location, items, objects as you personally observed?
Yes, sir.
And again, those pictures were taken when?
Late July.
Late July or?
Mid July, early July.
And again, for the record, who took those pictures?
I took the pictures
And where did you take them?
at University Hospital.
No, we approach, Judge. Yes.
Because she's out of the hospital now. He said 2025.
On July of 2024, your daughter was still at the hospital,
Yes, sir.
and you also testified that you were pretty much with her most of the time. Were you still working at that time?
Not full time. I was not there at the office.
Okay. And how long was Erica Torres at University Hospital?
She went in on June the 2nd, and she was released in September to a rehab to start physical therapy.
And that was September 2024?
Yes.
Okay.
And then she was taken, she was released for a week in November in our care to our home
And that's in Laredo, Texas?
in Laredo, Texas, due to the extent of her wounds and everything. We just could not do the care.
Based on what you remember, when was the first time that you believe Erica Torres was able to talk to you, be conscious? Do you remember the date?
I don't remember the date, but I want to say it was early July.
Early July?
Yes.
And that's when you felt that you could communicate with her in a better way?
Yes.
Okay. Was she able to talk?
She was learning again to talk. They had removed the trachea, and she had a speaking valve.
Okay. Okay, so you testified that in September she was taken to
A rehab.
a rehab. How long was that for?
She was in a rehab for September and October.
Okay. Were you there with her also?
Yes.
Okay, and after rehab, what happened next? Where did she go after that?
She wanted to go home because she wanted to be with her girls. So the doctors,
And at that time, had you seen the girls, her two daughters?
yes, at that time she had already, when she had gone to the rehab, she was able to now see her daughters.
How did that make you feel when they were reunited?
It's very emotional because they ask her that when she's gonna come home because they miss her.
Okay. So after the rehab, she was taken back to University Hospital?
Yes, she was released to us for a week, and due to, like I said, her wounds and everything and the care that she needed, when she went the following week for follow-up for her to see how she was doing, the doctors,
What date is this, more or less? You're talking about what date?
November, it was the first week of November. She was released on a Friday. And then she had a follow-up at the university clinic on Thursday, the following Thursday. And I took her into her follow-up because she had been in so much pain.
Mr. Raza, and will you assist Erica with her injuries?
I was her primary nurse at home. I would do her wound care.
Do you have any experience with any medical process, or like what made you be her caretaker?
You have to. I had to learn. I had to see what the nurses were doing so I could take care of her, my baby.
Okay, Ms. Raza, so in November, when she was released,
The nurses, when you get home health or rehab health or whatever they call it, they don't come do that every day. Like, they don't come change your dressings every day or give you your medicine every day or whatever. Home health comes and they teach you or your family members, they teach you how to do it. They don't come do it every day. They teach you, and then they just come and check like once or twice a week to see if you're doing it and if you're doing it correctly and make sure there's no infection set in or something like that. So you don't get someone to come in and wait on you hand and foot when you get home health or rehab health or whatever. You just don't. And that's what people think home health is. And apparently so does this lawyer. Because, like, how do you have the ability to do this? You don't. You don't. You have to. Like she just said. You have to. You absolutely have to. Unless you're rich and you can hire a private nurse to come in and do it, and that's not a lot of the population that can do that. So yeah, she's right. You have to. You have no choice. You have to. Ask Travis. Because he's had to do a lot of that. A lot of times he's had to do that with me. He didn't want to. Trust me. My husband is squeamish as they come. Lots of times I was like, oh my God, how am I going to get my dressing changed? There's no way Travis is going to do that. And he did it because he had to.
and you took her back on Thursday, back to University Hospital for a follow-up. What happened next?
The doctors saw that the extent of she wasn't getting better. Her wound was actually getting worse. It had started to bleed. So the doctors at that time said that she needed to be readmitted.
And that was in November?
Like the second week of November.
Okay, so after November 2024, was she ever released from University Hospital?
No. She was there until May of 2029.
May of what, I'm sorry?
May 29 of 25.
So almost a year.
Yes.
Do you know if Erica was eating when she was at the University Hospital?
No, she could not eat and she could not drink water. The only source of nutrition that she had was through an IV that was to her main vein, and she would be fed just liquid.
Do you remember when was the first time Erica was able to eat a solid food?
The first week of June of 2025.
Who's taking care of Erica today, which is we're in we're in July 29th? Who's taking care of Erica as of right now, July 29th, 2025?
Erica lives with me. I am her primary caregiver right now.
Okay. And what goes through your mind every time you see her?
The type of life, quality of life that she's going to have and how she's going to provide for her girls.
Okay. That's the word is this time.
Good
morning, Ms. Terraza.
Good morning.
My name is Oscar Vega and I represent Mr. Billy Delgado.
Yes.
I need to ask you a few questions, okay?
Yes.
All right, let's start off with, we just finished off with Erica, that you're the primary caretaker. She was here, I believe, yesterday walking around. Were you with her?
Yes.
Does she have a job now?
No, sir.
She hasn't worked?
No.
She's residing with you?
Yes, sir.
And the two girls reside with you?
Yes, sir.
You said that Billy got divorced in, Erica and Billy were divorced in 2025?
Yes, sir.
Okay. I know as soon as this incident happened, you, was it you that filed the protective order?
Yes, sir.
So Erica didn't come and testify as to why they wanted a lifetime protective order on Emmy?
Your question again?
Okay, were you the one that asked for a lifetime protective order from Emmy and Mr. Delgado?
Yes.
I'm going to take us to relevance. He's asking about the daughter, Judge, for the victim and for the defendant. The protective order was maybe for.
Relevance, Mr. Vega?
The relevance is, Judge, that she participated in, she knows something about the divorce because she was actually the, I don't know how the court allowed it, but she was actually the lawyer that petitioned the court for Miss Erica's divorce. And I'd like to ask her.
What just happened? Court TV, what are you doing?
Through any legal means that he did not see his own daughter before this incident.
No.
You also came to court and actually petitioned the court for your daughter's divorce while she was in the hospital. Yes or no?
Yes.
Your daughter's in the hospital in San Antonio. You're here, maybe in this very courtroom, and you're asking the judge to grant a divorce in behalf of Erica, correct?
Yes.
Okay. You're not a lawyer, right?
No.
Okay. So how in the world did you manage to get a district judge to sign off on your divorce decree?
I'm going to check, Judge. It was the judge's ruling, Judge. She just applied for the divorce. Erica was already conscious in 25, so she was acting on her behalf.
Over the objection, you can answer if you know, ma'am.
Do you know?
Can you repeat the question again?
Yes, ma'am. You came to court and you asked the judge, which I've never seen in over 30 years, but you asked the judge to grant your daughter's divorce, right?
Yes.
Did you file the divorce?
We filed with legal aid.
With legal aid, you asked them to file a divorce. And you
Yes.
came to court, and Erica did not come to court, right? She couldn't, correct?
Correct.
Okay, but somehow or another, you thought it was, what was so important to get your daughter and Mr. Delgado divorced as soon? This happened like weeks after this incident, right?
Weeks? No. It was a month later when my daughter was already conscious.
A month later, you came to court and petitioned for a divorce, yes?
Mm-hmm.
Is that a yes?
Well, we submitted paperwork, yes.
Okay, you submitted paperwork. Okay, so we're still in 2024, right?
Yes.
Okay. And I believe because of the errors that were committed, actually the divorce had to start over again. Is that correct?
Yes.
Okay. And are you the person that sent someone over to have Mr. Delgado sign documents to terminate the parental relationship between him and Emmy?
No.
That wasn't you? Was it somebody that you know?
Because they didn't let them in back then. That's why.
Yes.
Okay, who was that?
My daughter, Erica Torres.
Was it her attorney or was it her?
Her attorney was the one who went, but it was consented by my daughter.
And none of this was ever asked for before this incident, correct? The termination of rights?
Prior to the incident?
Yes.
No.
They were separated at the time, right?
Yes.
Okay. And you made a comment saying, the prosecutor asked you if you had ever seen any physical altercations, right? You've never seen one, right?
No.
Okay. Have you ever been on the phone with Erica while she was actually assaulting Billy Delgado?
Assaulting? No.
What was she doing on that?
Arguing?
They were just arguing?
Yes.
even on the way to San Antonio?
I'm on the phone, I can't see what's happening.
You can't hear what's happening?
They were arguing.
Nope.
Did you ever hear him say, "Don't hit me"?
Not that I recall.
Because you happened to be on the phone while they were on the way to San Antonio, right?
Yes.
Okay. Very quick, Ms. Terraza. You took these pictures. Did someone ask you to take these pictures?
No, I took the pictures.
And what was the purpose of that?
I wanted my daughter to see what she had gone through.
Okay. And did you take these pictures knowing that there might be a trial and you were going to use them as evidence?
No.
So it's not normal, ma'am. I think you agree with me to be able to take photographs like that of your daughter.
It depends the person.
Okay, but you thought it was important to take pictures like that of your baby daughter, right?
Yes.
To serve what purpose?
What she had gone through. What she would have been through.
You don't think that she's the one that experienced all that trauma, then you like to remind her by showing her those photographs. Is that what you're saying?
She wanted to know.
She wanted to know.
Yes.
She wanted to know what she looked like.
Yes.
And that was important.
Are you frickin' kidding me? How out of touch can you be? Are you freaking kidding me? Do you know how many people take pictures in the hospital of their injuries? You, sir, are an idiot. You are an idiot. I cannot freaking believe that he is asking her those questions.
Dumbass!
You, sir, are a
dumbass. You're a dumbass. Such a dumbass. You're an ass.
It was.
Okay. And it's important for you.
Yes.
That's all I have, Judge.
Just a quick questions, Judge. You testified earlier that
along with the vehicle that they crashed in. Do you know how many pictures of car crashes I've seen? I cannot tell you the number of pictures of crashed vehicles I have seen. It is unbelievable. You will walk into a patient's room and after hello and introductions, they will hand you the picture. It's just like, I'm not mad. He's just stupid. He's an idiot. Yeah. Everybody takes pictures of their injuries. It's stupid. That's the dumbest question to ask somebody. Why did you take pictures of them when they were in the hospital? That is the dumbest question ever. Especially if it's a couple domestic violence and you want to file for divorce. That's even dumber to ask that question.
the defendant and your daughter's divorce was finalized in 2025.
Yes.
And you said that Erica Torres was conscious and was able to communicate with you around July of 2024. Is that correct?
Yes.
Okay. Was she okay with getting divorced?
Yes, prior to the incident, she had already told Mr. Delgado she was going to file for a divorce.
Okay. And Mr. Vega asked you about the protective order. Do you think it was necessary for Erica Torres to get a protective order from the defendant, Billy Delgado?
Given the circumstances that he shot her, yes.
And do you remember the length of the protective order that the judge ruled on? Order?
It was a protective order for life for my daughter, for Annabella, and for Esmeralda.
For Amy.
Emmy.
No, the acrylic. I gotta
and again,
defend myself now, Wiggles. That was a forensic pathologist that thought he could explain the process of applying acrylic nails. I'm sorry. I had every right to get hot about that guy.
Mr. Vega asked you, why would a mother take pictures of her daughter being in the hospital? Why did you take pictures? Why did you want to take pictures of your daughter in the hospital?
I'm going to check, Judge. She's already answered that question. I actually think
That's great, Judge.
Okay, I'll rule objection. You can answer.
What was the purpose?
Need some water, man?
Yeah.
Can we get some
It
water?
was eyebrows. I called him eyebrows. What was his name?
May I approach?
No, I've got one right here.
Do I give it to her? It's new.
Please, you can have this one. Please.
Okay. Can you go to the restroom?
Forgot his name.
Can you go to the restroom?
You okay, man? Let's see if we finish this witness and we'll take a break. Go ahead.
I don't remember his name.
Yeah, let's see if we finish it. So we'll take a break. Because I think we got the IT people coming too, so.
Same questions real fast, like what was the purpose of you documenting or taking the pictures?
I wanted to document everything from the beginning to the end. For whatever reason, whatever came about, if my daughter did not pull through it, that I would be able to have everything so that when my granddaughter were old enough, I would be able to explain and they could see what their mother had endured throughout her time in the hospital. So I made sure to
No, I don't
document
think it was Baden.
everything.
And you testified that it was important to you.
Yes.
No further questions?
So I think he asked questions about the protective order, so let me see if I can remember what I wanted to ask you. Okay, in order to get basically you're terminating rights when you do a lifetime protective order on that is the current case law on children.
Judge, I'm gonna object, that's not really a law, the protective order, Judge. We don't terminate the rights.
It's essentially, Judge, and there is new case law on that. I talked to the Attorney General on that.
Okay. No rule objection, you can inquire. I don't know if it's gonna be within the realm of your knowledge, but go
Ma'am.
right ahead.
What testimony was presented to be able to justify the lifetime protective order on Emmy?
His character.
It has to be something where he threatened Emmy.
I don't have that information.
You don't have that information, okay. And if it's about character, I mean, your daughter also has some character flaws, right?
Judge, if I may we approach?
Okay. Let's finish this witness, Mr. Vega.
Yes, Your Honor. Ma'am, you just mentioned character. I mean, your daughter also has some character flaws, right?
Yes.
Okay.
She didn't shoot him though.
Okay. At this time, I mean, you had to, when this incident occurred, you actually had to go, the paternal grandmother actually had the child, right?
I'm sorry, what was that again?
Miss Delgado had the child? Billy's mom?
When?
After this incident?
She went by the hospital and I let her take Emmy with her.
And you actually have to go to CPS to try to get the child from the Delgados?
No,
So how'd you get him?
I went to go pick her up.
Miss Delgado get you?
Yes.
And CPS didn't have to clear that?
They cleared it.
Was there a problem with having the custody of the children?
Erica didn't have custody. She was in the hospital.
Okay, could she have custody if she wasn't in the hospital? That's all the questions I have, Judge.
Any further redirect?
No, Your Honor.
Okay, recall either side.
Not from the defense. Just for punishment.
Okay. Ma'am, for the purposes of this portion of the trial, you are now excused, not subject to recall. So you're welcome to stay in the courtroom or you can leave. It's up to you.
Thank you.
Thank you very much. Okay, what's the status on our IT people, Lena? Yeah? Okay. Well, Ladies and gentlemen, I'll tell you what, I think there's some technological problems with our screens here, and IT is willing to come down and look at it right now. So let's go ahead and take an early lunch break, and we'll resume in an hour. Hopefully we can get the screens up and running by then. Would everyone rise for the jury?
Oh no, I think so. It's 12:47, so be back at 1:45. Yeah, I think that probably is the maddest I've ever been. Because I think that was me flashed, and just because I don't think anybody else was there back then. That was one of the first things. Well, no, I streamed Ashley Benefield, and I think I had like maybe a lurker or two, and it was me flashing just because. And then after that, I had so much fun streaming that I decided I wanted to stream a trial, but it wasn't a full-time thing then. And so I had done an episode on Danny Rolling, and I hate this expression, but he's my serial killer. And so I did his penalty because he pled guilty. So I did his penalty phase hearing, and it was rough. It was really, really rough. And I posted my glamour shots from the 90s, and I didn't even realize it until I did the trial, how much I looked like his victims. So I guess it's a good thing. I mean, I was already scared. I mean, it was scary enough being in his demographic, but 30 years later, realizing how much I had looked like his victims it made me feel very glad that I didn't realize that back then, because I was scared enough as it was. And so, yeah, I got mad. I got heated. I cried a little. I yelled a lot. It was not good. It was awful. It was horrible. But I did it. Okay, I did not set up an afternoon stream, but I will, and we will be back at 1:45 for the afternoon session. I did? I'm sure I did. Well, and I knew the case. I knew the case. Like, I knew the case. But hearing from people what happened, I don't remember. I'm not gonna deny it. but I don't remember saying it. But I'm not going to deny it. The one thing I found out that I didn't know, and I can't remember if I found it out when I did the research for the episode or if I found it out during the trial. One of the girls he killed, I worked with her mother. Not at the time, but years later. I worked with the stepmother. I worked with her stepmother. And he beheaded this girl. But he didn't do it at the time that he killed her. That part I knew, that he beheaded her. But it's still up on the channel, yeah. But he went back to his little camp in the woods that he had and realized that he had dropped his wallet. So he went back to her apartment to look for his wallet, and that's when he decided to cut her head off. So that ticked me off bad. Because if the jerk had never... Bye, Carla. So if the jerk had never dropped his wallet... No, don't go back and clip it. Don't you dare go back and clip it. I believe you. I just don't remember doing it. I believe you. Okay, guys. I'm you now, 45. If not, have a great rest of your day, and I will see you in the morning. We will be all caught up. So tomorrow we will go back to Phil Spector. No, I'm not. I would not touch Dahmer with a 10-foot pole because controversy. Bye, guys. Be kind to people. Love your family. And Jesus loves you. And so do I. Bye, guys. Have a great lunch. See you this afternoon.